Hey, what's up, everybody? It's the 16th of May, 2025, and I'm going to be playing some Skyrim Anniversary Edition for you guys tonight. I'm going to try to push this one up to midnight. Hey, what's up, Terry? What's up, Norton? Before we dive in, though, I saw this article off of PC Gamer that just made me cringe so hard. Lucasfilm declares creative bankruptcy with an AI-generated Star Wars film that's just 2 minutes of mostly normal animals jumbled together. This was published 2 days ago by Lincoln Carpenter on PC Gamer. Let me see if this actually... Let's see. Lucasfilm AI... Let's swap. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Yeah. There we go. The history of Star Wars is the history of visual effects. For decades, Lucasfilm and its effects division, Industrial Light and Magic, ILM, have, through innovations in camera technology, miniatures techniques, practical effects, and computer-generated imagery, charted the course of Hollywood film production, establishing a visual canon that resonates so strongly with its fans that many of them idolize a guy who hacked up a bunch of younglings with a laser sword purely because of how cool his armor looks. To celebrate that legacy of cutting-edge craftsmanship, former ILM Chief Creative Officer and current Senior Vice President of Creative Innovation at Lucasfilm, Rob Redow, got on a TED stage in April to share a vision of what he called a new era of technology via 404 Media. That vision was a 2-minute AI-generated video of blue lions and chimpanzees with zebra stripes, not to mention the ungodly outcome of a snail and peacock interbreeding. Hey, what's up, Jackal? Redow began his talk with a summary of ILM's history, founded 50 years ago to solve the visual storytelling challenges in Star Wars. As he describes it, ILM's success came from artists and engineers working in tandem, blending aesthetic sensibility with technical innovation. He shared anecdotes from production histories of Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones, and The Mandalorian, moments where artists elevated what could be achieved with new technology rather than be replaced by it. That's blending the old and new, how tech and creativity working hand in hand create the things we just love, Redow said. So, what happens when you put the latest AI tools in the hands of talented artists, both to see how good these tools are these days, and what does it do to our artists' imagination? Unfortunately, I don't think tech and creativity were particularly aligned on this one. Redow then moved on to his premiere of Star Wars Field Guide, a short film created by an ILM artist over the course of 2 weeks, using AI generation to explore what it would feel like if you sent a probe droid out to a brand new Star Wars planet. And I can safely say, if I sent down a Star Wars planet and got back images of alligator heads crudely spliced onto turtle bodies, I'd be pretty bummed. Go ahead and turn that down a little bit. Yeah. A snailcock. Field Guide is, to be frank, embarrassing. Despite the triumphant Star Wars score, ILM's foray into AI generation didn't produce anything remotely compelling or even particularly alien. It's a mostly normal sloth with bits of rock sticking out of its fur. It made a mostly normal sloth with bits of rock sticking out of its fur. It put a peacock head on a snail. There's a bear with tiger stripes, a blue gazelle and a blue lion, a pink iguana, and a couple walruses with octopus bits stuck on there. And none of it makes me feel anything, because why would I care about a barely fake creature? Essentially just two existing animals smushed together, which nobody bothered to make themselves. It's pretty fun to see artist expression leveraging the latest new tools, Redout said, as the film ended to perhaps the most generous applause anyone has ever given. And I have to ask, is it? The AI generated imagery doesn't have any glaring errors, but what was fun here? What's being expressed by a person typing, "What if a hyena had an ape's face for 2 weeks?" And here are the tweet comments, or the maybe YouTube comments. None of those creatures look like they belong in Star Wars. They are all clearly two Earth mammals fused together in the most basic way. The AI video was the same slop we've been seeing for ages now. Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed, in the words of Darth Vader. I love that being quoted. I think the artist who created the AI video at the end felt as excited about their work as the pioneers over the years at ILM. I would argue the visual artist did not create any of that slideshow presentation at the end, just provided prompts. Any individual is no longer an artist, only provided somewhat creative prompts for AI to generate. He sounded nervous. I think he knew it was bad. Bradau closed out his talk as though he had illustrated a point that his 2 minutes of animated creature collage is a stepping stone towards, as he said, that next Star Destroyer moment that's going to light up screens around the world. I'm still waiting to be convinced. Yeah. That's bad, though. What kind of errors? I mean, there's like no transition between the head to the antenna. I mean, he's right. It's just, I mean, these comments are right. They're just prompts. I mean, look, I'm not going to talk up. I don't want to talk up AI quote unquote artists. First of all, even those that people call AI artists, AI artists, even those who like to call them AI artists, even those who are, shit, let me gather my thoughts. The people who use AI to create imagery, I typically see them say, "We're not artists. If anything, just call me like a AI director more than anything," because they know that what they're not doing is creating art. They're saying to a program, "Do this and this and this." But even then, when they're trying to make something that's new and fresh, or something that looks new and fresh, they don't use things that already exist. They they look to mix AI prompts that don't really stick with each other, because they know the AI is going to fuck it up. But that's the interesting thing about it, is what it looks like when the AI fucks up, a couple of prompts and makes something that is wrong but looks new, and you can get inspiration from that. I'm not saying that it should be like that. In fact, you can do it well without the AI. But at least none of those AI directors are going to say that this is in any way really creative. It's not. It's just a peacock with a snail shell. That's it. There's nothing stimulating about it. It's just, you took two things that already existed and you put them together, and it didn't rock our socks off. That's all it is. AI has its place in things, sure, but it's not art to tell the computer to randomly generate something for you. Yeah, exactly. If anything, it's just a tool to basically try to force an image out based on prompts. And there's really nothing wrong with that, as long as you're not calling it art. All right. I just wanted to share that with you guys, because that's just, that made me cringe so hard when I saw it. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? But yeah, I'm looking at I was looking at most of the articles having to deal with it. Everybody seems to have the same thing to say, that it's like, it's just AI slop. That's all it is. Now look, I'm pretty sure that he could have proven his point, in a much different way, like if he had actually had somebody do the work honestly. But like the article said, it's really just, you know, it seemed like an AI creative director just pounded out, a series of prompts that were just mix animal with other animal. That's it. All right, well, that's going on. Oh, let me open this. Open it.
Well, you're certainly making a name for yourself.
It's not my intention, believe me. I don't want to make a name
The
for
flowers
myself.
look so pretty. I almost can't believe it.
You know what these journals really help me do? Provide recaps. Okay, let me just get a sip of water. These past 2 days have been a whirlwind of mystery and discovery. I'll try my best to put my experiences and thoughts onto paper. The Sarthal trip uncovered more than any of us could have anticipated. Omen, Berlina, Sargo, and myself accompanied Master Tolfnir to the site, which was once a glorious Nord city that fell to ruin when the Snow Elves sacked it for unknown reasons. Each of us were tasked with investigating different aspects of the ruins. I was assigned to help Arniel gain, again, by collecting artifacts strewn throughout the northern halls. I ended up briefly trapped in a room upon pulling an amulet from a wall relief. I thought I would, although I was able to free myself with Master Tolkier's help. In the process, we revealed an entirely new chamber which he and I explored together. Before long, I experienced some kind of vision or an apparition, an Altmer male claiming to be a member of the Sijic Order, who warned me of danger ahead and consequences for my future choices. Tolfdir seemed to notice something was amiss but didn't see the vision I had. I explained what I'd seen, which he found fascinating. The Sijic Order was an ancient and powerful organization, one of the earliest to practice magic. It was they who helped in the formation of the Mages Guild in Cyrodiil. They're also very reclusive and hesitant to meddle in most social affairs throughout Tamriel, choosing instead to be advisors. In fact, they'd not been seen by anyone in over 100 years, sometime during the Void Nights and prior to the expansion of the Aldmeri Dominion. Perhaps they foresaw the wars to come. Nevertheless, we decided to press on, keeping the vision's warning in mind. True enough, there were Draugr and traps in our way, hampering our progress, but at last we reached a large chamber where a massive glowing orb hovered, bathed in a greenish light. We tried to get a closer look, but a powerful Draugr returned to life and fought us, though Tolfir and I were able to defeat it. I took its staff from its corpse as well as a strange amulet around its neck and a writ of sealing that I've not yet read. We had no idea what we found, so Tolfdir instructed me to return to the college and to tell the Archmage to come to Sarthal, as it might require his expertise. It was my first time meeting him, and I confess being a little disappointed. It's not as if I were expecting an ancient grandmaster of magic, but it almost seemed like he was disinterested in speaking at all. He left for the ruins a few minutes later. Almost immediately, however, the Thalmor guest approached me, demanding to know where the Archmage had gone, and expecting a full report once he returned, then dismissed me. Feralda sought me out and warned me about him. I know now that his name is Ancano and that he claims to be an advisor to the Archmage. I also know that nobody really believes that, and he is likely using that story to spy on the college on behalf of the Thalmor. She then rather pointedly mentioned that the college had no reason to speak on social matters that may have occurred in Cyrodiil involving the Lakaios. Alarmed as I was by her suggestion that Ancano might be keeping a close eye on me, I felt better knowing that she was on my side, and thanked her before heading back to my room. I said nothing of it to anyone, but after I spoke to the Archmage, I noticed a discarded tome in the waste bin next to his desk. Something about it seems familiar. I can't fathom why he'd discard any avenue of knowledge. If it were dangerous, I'd think he'd have destroyed it instead of throwing it away. I think I'll take a walk along the beach and give this tome a read tomorrow morning. And it is tomorrow morning. And this is where we will start the adventure up again.
Urag can be very helpful. Just don't antagonize him.
I noticed nobody has, told me that I should investigate this thing with the orb. I'm not even sure it's here yet. Here, let me see. Was it at your own pace? Yes, it was at your own pace. That was the one. Oh man, these chicharrones are really good. They're so bad for me though. So if this character was basically sheltered from being able to fight or hunt, I have to imagine that he's a fair hand at cooking. He had to learn the quote-unquote women's work of the tribe. Actually, it probably wouldn't even be women's work. It'd be considered the runt's work. Alright, here it is. A tome that I found called Spell Siphoning. Reading this book begins your journey towards mastery in the arts of the spell siphon. Are you ready to set out on this path? Yes. Lifting the heavy cover reveals that most of the book's pages have been torn out. In their place, a number of smaller tomes have been stashed, each affixed with an arcane seal. The following texts are the collected wisdom of an otherwise insignificant group of mages that happened upon a rare insight into the arcane. I write this tome in the hope that what we have discovered is not lost to the sands of time. Our discovery pertains to a new definition of the very cornerstones of our realm, the trinity of raw elements that shape our existence, the fiery creation of the world, the spark of life, and the icy chill of death. Through these pages I shall explain to you the arcane principles with which you may call upon these elements directly, focus them into powerful spells, and channel them through your own being. Begin. The first steps to understanding will regrettably be heavy, as your task is one that may take years or even decades. You must master the full meaning of a single word of power, taken from an ancient language beyond our comprehension. Bind. The word unlocks our ability to funnel the elements that surround us into a stream of energy by simply reaching out with our hand. We've come to call this ability draw. By reaching out with our other hand, we also become able to do the exact opposite, channeling our own energies back into the realm. This takes the form of a protective barrier against all harm, magical or physical, while purifying the body of past trauma. After its mirrored behavior to draw, this second ability has been aptly named Ward. While simple in concept, these two abilities will serve to grant you a vast array of new manifestations for your magic. The knowledge required to master these foundational principles, however, cannot be fully grasped from the texts of a single tome. As such, we've utilized the arcane mechanisms required to inscribe our memories directly onto worldly objects. Indeed, as you touched these pages, even though you may not have even noticed, the knowledge in these inscribed memories were passed on to you. Work now to study your newfound memories as well as the texts within. Once you have attained full mastery over the word of power, we may proceed with the lessons ahead. Remaining pages of the tome have been torn out. We're going to read and practice with guidance. It'll be a quest journal, which means I will be getting leveling experience from doing this. By entering a state of meditation, you may practice these teachings uninterrupted within a space of your mind's own making. You can otherwise perform your training in the open world. This option is always available in the spell siphoning book, and you may return from meditation at any time. Have a couple of Atronox over there. Purge exhaustion. End meditation. Okay, I guess that's if I want to leave. And summon or dismiss combatants. Okay. I guess if I were to draw from... Okay, here, let's just read at least one page on the latest subject. Bind. We shall now test your comprehension of the word of power. Recall the memories and your studies of them. Focus the word in your mind and let it flow through your body to your fingertips. If successful, the ability to draw and ward will be yours to manipulate. As you progress through the lessons ahead, strive to fully experiment with each new concept before moving on. Okay. We have one new fully unlocked shout. You don't even need Dragon Souls for it. This is going to be the core of the gameplay that I will be performing throughout the rest of this playthrough. I will still be using other magic spells, but this is the big one. Okay, so let's go ahead and shout with Bind. We now have Draw and Ward. Okay, go to the quest journal, activate this, and start following the instructions. Focusing Bind seems to have summoned new spells into your possession. Referred to by the text as Draw and Ward, find yourself able to convert one to the other through a simple reversal of energy flowing through your hands. So use the reverse power to convert Draw to Ward and vice versa. Okay, so we have another power over here called Reverse. So in my right hand I have Draw, in my left hand I have Ward. If I use Reverse, it switches their positions so that the left has Draw and the right has Ward. World. The fiery creation of the world forms the first of the three elements. Extend your arm and draw in the air around you or the earth beneath you. Allow some time for your body to absorb sufficient quantity, and the energies will eventually focus into a spell in your hand. There we go. We have drawn the world into my right hand. Release. Once an element is drawn and focused into a spell, you may release it like any other. Be aware, however, that this will disperse your drawn element, and should you wish to cast that same spell again, you must, once again, draw upon it. Using energies from your environs in this way preserves your magicka, but draw and its resulting elements only carry half the power of a novice destruction spell while in their basic form. So it acts like a fireball, but it is pretty weak. Like I said, it's only half the power of a normal novice spell, which is admittedly really weak, but you can actually make it work. Okay, so we need to draw and cast that world element another 2 more times. It doesn't have to be from the floor either. It could be from the air. Ward. Ward illuminates your surroundings, heals your wounds, and, as threats approach, will project a barrier against all harm. During the first moments of projection, the barrier forcefully repels any incoming blows, physical or magical, at any range. Maintaining either barrier or the healing effect is fairly effortless, but maintaining both will require you to tap into your magicka reserves. So as you can see, it slightly lights up the area around. Just a little bit. It's good if I don't want to cast Mage Light or Candlelight. And if I were injured, it would also heal the wounds that I have. Blocking blows and spells will take a toll on your stamina. If you become entirely exhausted, your ward will shatter, leaving behind only a fragment of its power. While weakened, ward retains its healing potency and gains the ability to replenish your spent energy, but is otherwise inert. Recover a sufficient amount of your stamina using the weakened spell, and it will rebuild to its full strength as soon as you let go of it. So, if the ward should be broken, which only really happens in combat, I can get the ward back up to its shielding effect by getting my stamina back up. When the ward's broken, I end up replenishing stamina while I hold it down. So let's go ahead and summon an enemy.
We're not alone.
This will block pretty much.
No one passes the door.
Okay, it broke. So I need to regain my stamina. Alright, it's back up. Now, if I time the block... causes him to get parried. Alright, we have a dead body to work with, which is important. The next element is life. The spark of life forms the second of the three elements. As draw touches any living being, a burst of life is released. For it to become the dominantly drawn element, it must be then drawn over at least half a second. The burst of energy will briefly linger in the environment, allowing your draw beam to stray off its target while still absorbing the desired element. Basically, what that means is that if I target an enemy and I manage to hit them with draw for at least half a second, but they manage to like walk out of the beam and I end up drawing like from the air, I will still draw life instead of world. So let's get another enemy up. We need to draw and cast a weak life spell 3 times. Okay. Yep, I missed on that one, but I still got the life draw.
Victory's yours, I submit.
Okay, and then death. The icy chill of death forms the last of the 3 elements. Drawing upon this element requires the bodily vessel of anything that was previously inhabited by the spark of life. Like life, death must be released from its vessel and then drawn for at least half a second to become dominant. Draw may stray off its target here as well, absorbing the ambient energy released. Same principle applies here. If I attack it and then I miss, I will still draw the death element from the corpse. So the basics here is that I draw elements from my surroundings. I draw world from my environment, whether it be the ground or the air. I draw life from any being that happens to be living or qualifies under being living while they're still alive. And I draw the death element from corpses, all of which I can release as attacks. Weak attacks, but only at first. The accumulation of drawn elements. While drawing, you may use your ward to block the elements from reaching you, instead having them accumulate on the exterior of the barrier. Extending your draw in such a way can prove useful when a desired element is released from its vessel too late. Once the barrier is removed, the dominant accumulated element is instantly absorbed. Like life becomes dominant over world, death becomes dominant over life. So we need to extend draw by holding up the ward simultaneously, extend the draw, then allow it to complete by lowering the ward, or keep extending draw until, well, I have to do this too, so. Hey, what's up, Solid? I'm late. Agreement has been made between me and the artist, and I'm set to get a pick of Jenna. Cool. Awesome. I'm glad for you, dude. Right now, I'm experimenting with the Spell Siphon mod. It lets me draw elements from my surroundings, and I can combine them for really neat effects. Okay, so what it wants me to do is it wants me to use draw to get an element, to start drawing the element, but it wants me to use ward to block myself from accidentally drawing that element fully. So we do this. There we go. You can allow it to complete by lowering the ward. Or you can block it completely, just keeping by stopping the draw first and then lowering the ward. And then I can draw, hold down ward, let it accumulate, and then it breaks. Which point I just draw it back. Alright, now I need to draw life and cast it at a corpse to reanimate it. We have 2 corpses here, but we need live target. Damn. Okay. Drawn life force can be infused into the remnants of the deceased, as we've done just now. By focusing the entirety of your drawn element into a corpse, it can serve to animate the flesh and bones of the dead. This infusion requires little effort to maintain, meaning even a novice conjurer is capable of sustaining their bond with the raised creature while another familiar is present. However, regardless of skill, only a single creature can be manipulated this way. So I can only have one reanimated being with me at any time if it's through drawing and then infusing it with life. Otherwise, I can have my my summoned wolf familiar, or I can have other skeletons, and this would just be considered separate to them. So, oh boy, he did. Okay, woven power. Whenever an element is drawn and released, the channeled energies will lastingly attune to your body. Each time your attunement shifts towards a new element, the differing streams intersect and weave together within you, strengthening the flow of magic. Called woven power, this phenomenon allows your spells to grow from searing the fur off a wolf to incinerating giants. 20 seconds after creation, each weave will unravel, undoing its effects. So we need to create woven power using a well-timed ward deflection, create 4 woven power stacks before the first phase, create woven power by drawing death. Now it should show up as an effect. Here it is, Spell Siphon. Magicka regeneration is at 239, multiplying the damage of spell siphoning magic and effects by 239. Why is it so high? $50 here, 25% there, that's 75%. 10%. Oh, okay. Alright, okay, that makes sense then. Okay, getting a little hungry and peckish here. Had to satisfy those urges. Okay, if I should happen to lose draw and bind, like if I want to cast this, I won't get it back until I use bind again. Okay, so what it wants me to do is create woven power by drawing and releasing, and then drawing and releasing different elements. So, for example, if we start with world, draw, release, draw, death, release, then if we look at Spell Siphon, our Magicka regeneration has shot up to 337 from where it used to be 200, which multiplies the damage of spell siphoning magic effects by 337%. So about 3 times stronger than it normally would be. And my currently active woven power stacks are at 6. So the more I draw and release, the more powerful it gets. So you basically have a period of ramp up time where you want to constantly be casting. Okay, we shifted attunement 10 times. We're at 7 stacks, and Magicka regeneration is at 353. Resonance. Certain actions within our art resonate with the elemental weave, granting power identical to an attunement shift. They will all be revealed in due time, but we shall begin with the following 2. The first is for drawing death. This element's unique characteristics cause it to resonate simply by being extracted through draw. The second is for forming a forceful ward deflection. The repelling energy wave causes palpable resonance as it travels through the weave. So I was able to create resonance by drawing from death, from the corpse. So now among the final pages contained in the spell siphoning folder, you find a small research journal tucked away. Okay, let's open the research journal. Under the focus chapter, learn to autocast powers and then autocast reverse. Okay. In the journal, you discover notes of many previous owners, each showing different interpretations and variations of spell siphoning arts. Looks like this knowledge could enable you to alter and expand upon the effects of your abilities. Now, all this really is just a settings menu for spell siphoning that allows you to basically mix and match different effects so that you can. What's the best way to put it? Okay, essentially what it does is that it makes it easier to customize your controls around this mod because it's a lot to take in, but there are ways that you can condense it and basically rewire the mod so that way you can play with, like, for example, a controller which has like only 2 hotkeys, I believe. Very similar to what was described. Focusing on bind, these pages go through methodologies in which a practitioner may retain a stronger connection to draw and ward directly. After finished channeling of a concentration spell or the firing of a charged one, these principles allow the caster to immediately recall the draw or ward spell that previously occupied their hand. Should draw and ward be automatically re-equipped after casting other spells. So like you saw earlier, I casted Candlelight, but I didn't have draw and ward returned to both my hands because the setting was turned off. With this, if I decide to switch to another spell, like say a firebolt and fire a couple of them off, I can choose with these selections to have draw and ward return to my hands after I finish firing off the spell. Basically makes it easy if I want to switch to a spell, but fall back on draw and ward afterwards, or choose not to, because I can just return to it just by pressing the shout key again. We'll do that. On these pages, you find notes from mages who spent seemingly years of practice to retain an unfaltering focus on the word of power. Even in the midst of combat, where many other concerns may fight for the attention within your mind, these teachings would allow you to always return to a singular focus. Auto-cast powers when they're equipped and re-equip bind afterwards. I can do it so that it can auto-cast any power, so like if I want to use a shout, an entirely different shout. Okay. Re-equip bind after shouting. Yes. Following the previous notes on focusing, students here have turned their attention to altering their bond to draw and ward. Bind, refocus, and the spell focus, described previously in this chapter, all bring the caster's focus onto both of these spells, albeit in different ways. However, these pages would suggest that each principle can be uniquely altered to favor one spell over another. Which ability would you like to alter the behavior of? Refocus. When the selected ability takes effect, you are able to control if both the ability of draw and ward become available, or only one of them. You can alternatively choose to have only one of your hands affected by the event, and if draw or ward is summoned will depend on the current, reversed or not, energy flow state of that hand. It sounds complicated, but once you actually get into the swing of it, it starts making sense. So right now, what they want me to do is perform some initial research using the journal. Under the focus chapter, learn to auto-cast powers and then auto-cast reverse. Okay. So let's auto-cast reverse. All I have to do, I don't even have to trigger the power. All I need to do is just select it in the menu, and it'll do it automatically. Now the value to this is that if I want to just... Oh, hold on. gotta wait for it to recharge. The value to this is if I want to favorite it and then say hotkey it. See, it is in my hotkey number 3. So all I need to do is just press it if I want to auto cast the power. See, there it is. Okay, under the powers chapter, learned reshape and then cast it. Okay, let us learn reshape and refocus. And what reshape will let us do is this. Let's go ahead and put it in 1. Okay, so the way that I'm drawing it right now, if I draw power, like if I draw world and I fire it off, it's going to act like a fireball. A weak fireball, but acts like a fireball nonetheless. But if I reshape it, it'll act. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Oh, reshape. If I reshape it, it'll come out like a jet of flames. I can do the same thing with the death element, where it normally functions like blizzard. Instead, it focuses like an ice spike. Under focus, activate spell focus. Okay, so the default here is that if I change to, let's say, flames, and I fire it off, I'm going to keep that. Doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't matter how many times I use this, I'm not going to return to draw or bind unless I use the shout. I'm not going to return to draw and ward unless I use the bind shout, which will bring it back to my hands. But if I go to spell focus and have draw and ward be automatically re-equipped after casting other spells, then what happens is that if I cast flames now, it will return to draw. Now, if I want to keep a hold of the spell, even after I've activated that option, what I have to do is cast, hold it down, so that I'm always holding down the spell, and then if I release it and then don't hold down the button again, it'll go back on its own. So it gives you greater control over getting ward back into your hand if you want to use other spells. Other spells will be stronger than Spell Siphon at the beginning, but if you decide to devote yourself entirely towards Spell Siphon, you can actually make this very powerful. Usually that involves Woven Power and increasing your Magicka regeneration. The principles thus far lay the groundwork, and we encourage you to perform further research into that which you have learned. Once you aspire for greater mastery, the additional tomes provided contain the full extent of our knowledge with the elements. With training, they may discharge through weapons, bind with your environs, and even animate as physical beings. The seal on each tome will ensure that you are amply prepared. Okay, so from here on, we basically use spell siphoning research and spell siphoning to basically guide our tutelage forward. Okay, so under bind and power assignment, pick reverse and then use bind to cast it. Yep. Okay, go back to research. So by itself, the bind shout only puts ward and draw into your hands. That's all it really does. But you can control it. You can change it so that using bind while you already have draw and ward in your hand will have different effects. So for example, I can use the word bind to instead cause a reverse. But it will I can also choose if it if it'll happen when it's tapped or it's held down. So I don't have to use a hotkey because bind becomes the hotkey. Ooh, boy, this is going to be tough. Following pages in journal are on the subject of imbuing your own body with an element. Under imbue, learn the principles, then draw and imbue yourself with any element. Okay, so now what it's asking me to do, so it wants me to break the seal off of one of these tomes. Okay, so as my destruction magic improves, I'll be able to open these other spell tomes. Starting from weakest, we have Elemental Binding. Then we have Elemental Discharge. And then I think it's Elemental Binding 2, and then Elemental Animation. So we're going to start with Elemental Binding. Okay, so we break the seal, which requires 10 destruction or conjuration. The seal shatters and the tome's cover softly flexes outwards as the constraining energies dissipate. Okay, and now it becomes a book. Binding an element refers to the act of drawing, followed by the invocation of our word of power. Done properly, this will bring forth powerful new aspects while attuning the body. A novice of our art cannot yet hope to control the full power of binding, but we shall here take the first steps towards mastery. World binds with your environs, forming a weaving circle. Its spinning currents will catch traces of any released elements and refocus them onto your ward hand. With both hands used offensively, you can greatly increase the rate at which you build woven power. Be mindful, however, that exiting the circle will destabilize it. When the circle destabilizes, the circulating currents are released in a staggering wave of flame, burning enemies at double world potency. It also becomes unable to reform for a short time. Destabilization can alternatively be triggered by binding. When death is refocused into your ward hand, it strikes a similar resonance to when it's drawn, building additional woven power. Standing within the weaving circle and drawing the same element into both hands will flood your body with energy. As the channel power saturates your veins, your destructive potential is significantly increased, but you become unable to disperse the element or draw others. Life binds with your spirit, breaking it free of its physical bonds for a brief moment and allowing you to pass through the realm unharmed. Reclaiming your physical form brings part of the spirit realm back with you, taking the shape of a death spell focused into your hand. Death binds with the focus of your gaze, forming a volatile rune and orb. When the rune is disturbed, death is unleashed in a shockwave and lingers around each victim of the blast, allowing it to be drawn from living beings. If within range, the blast also attunes you to the death element. The bound weapon. Even without an element drawn, one always remains in your possession. Your own life force can be bound to manifest as a physical weapon. Becoming an extension of your own body, the weapon increases in strength as you maintain and improve your health, while weakening if you are injured. So basically, it's a bound weapon. It's that ghostly bound Daedric weapon that you get all the time from casting like bound sword or bound axe or whatever. But the key here is that it gets stronger as you're at full health and it becomes weaker as you take damage. So, following the introductory texts, the intricate arcane mechanisms of these new principles are laid out in detail across the remainder of the tome's pages. Yeah, we got like a lot of these just to get through. Reading the tome has granted you new insight into these spell siphoning arts. Are you ready to put these new theories into practice? Yes, we are. So we're now able to bind elements. Attempt to recreate a recently destabilized circle. Exit the circle, destabilizing it. Bind within the circle, damaging and staggering your foes. Overload any element, locking in your hands and increasing damage. Under Imbue, learn the principles, then draw and imbue yourself with any element. So, we draw. And we use bind. Or do we use refocus? Here we go. Bind. Power assignment. Weapon binding. Controlled empowerment. This section is a discussion on the intricacies of the word of power bind. Study of these texts would indicate the word is capable of altering the effects of your magic similarly to the powers written about elsewhere in the journal. Bind should also be able to cast. Let's do... refocus. Being quickly tapped. Imbue. How to imbue. When holding an element and utilizing reverse or refocus, the element is dispersed and lost from your hands. However, the writers of these pages propose that by redirecting the escaping energy, it could instead be channeled into their bodies. Since the full energy of the spell is used, it's not only attuned, but also lastingly imbued them. Being imbued has a wide array of implications. Weapon strikes resonate, creating weapon power. Strikes attune the wielder to the imbued element. Heavy swings ward you from harm and attune you without the need to hit. And resistance against the imbued element is raised. So if you're imbued with fire, you take less fire damage. If you're imbued with death, you take less ice damage. If you're imbued with life, you take less shock damage. When an element is drawn and reverse or refocus is used, I can choose to either not imbue. I can have imbue replace reverse or imbue replace refocus. I'm going to pick refocus. So, if I were to tap bind, what should happen is that I am imbued. Okay, we are world attuned. So I can hit an enemy with a 1 or 2-handed melee, bow, or staff weapon while imbued.
Is someone there?
Okay. Power attack or bash while imbued, briefly warding yourself from damage.
What was that?
So doing that will cause a brief shielding effect. So yeah, if you see that, it's basically a brief shielding effect. Cast Untangle to return all entangled spells to your spellbook. Cast an entangled spell. Under the Entangle chapter, learn the powers, then cast Entangle. Okay, so Entangle is kind of an interesting little addition. It basically allows you to take your normal spells like Firebolt, Fireball, Flames, that kind of stuff, and allows you to use Reshape so that you can integrate those spells into your spell siphoning spells. You just got to use Reshape, to pick that particular spell. The downside is that it will use your Magicka normally, whereas spell siphoning spells do not. By temporarily severing the strands of the weave and casting spells through the created ethereal void, each fire, shock, or frost spell will intertwine with its kindred woven element. Once entangled as such, it can be formed from a drawn element and becomes able to perform all the related functions, but can no longer be cast purely using Magicka. Oh, wait, it can? Entanglement can be reverted at will. Tangle spells will not fully replace that which you would normally draw. By realigning your focus, you can transition from your ordinary, reshaped or not, elemental spells to your entangled ones and back. If realigned and an element is drawn that lacks an entangled spell, an ordinary spell will form instead. There's an exception to the functionality of entangled spells. They are incapable of reanimating the dead, theoretically due to not consisting purely of life. So basically what it's saying here Tangle spells will not fully replace that which you normally draw. So if you use draw, you're going to get your usual spells, but you can always realign, reshape, so that way you can use your standard spells, your regular run-of-the-mill vanilla Skyrim spells, instead of the stuff that that was modded in. But as far as functionality, any shock spells that I decide to integrate into the system, they don't have the ability to resurrect or reanimate the dead the way that drawing life and then infusing a dead body with it would do. Okay, so new powers, we have Entangle. So as you can see, now that I'm drawing world, anytime I release it, it comes out as a firebolt. The downside is that firebolt itself gets removed from my actual spellbook. Okay, so we'll take Ice Spike. We entangle it. So now that becomes a part of my repertoire now. So now if I do this, it'll come out as... Oh, right, I already have it as an Ice Spike. And I can do the same thing with Lightning Bolt. But, like it was saying in that tome, if I should draw it that way, I can't use it to reanimate the dead.
Stop that.
Okay, and then I can cast Realign to switch between my normal and entangled spells. So now they will act normally, as if I were doing standard spell siphoning. Alright. And then I can cast Untangle to return all the spells that I have been entangling back into my spellbook, which I'm going to do. And as you can see, Firebolt, Lightning Bolt, and Ice Spike have returned to my spellbook. So, sorry if this is a bit dry and boring, but I love this mod because it's just, it kind of forces you into a different sort of mage type gameplay, and it's got, like, you know, a lot of fan lore behind it too. Okay, and then finish your lessons on elemental binding. Okay, now it's saying that I need to overload elements. Bind while holding world, forming a weaving circle. Here, let me do something real quick. Okay, so I have world in my hand. So if I refocus, or if I bind, it'll cause a weaving circle. If I get a second helping of bind from the world, if I draw from the world again, I get double flamethrowers like this. Now, if I should leave the circle, the circle destabilizes it. Okay, we need to bind within the circle, damaging and staggering foes. Attempt to recreate. Okay, let that destabilize, and then try to recreate it. Nothing ends up happening except that explosion, because that explosion happens if I try to recreate that circle again before I've had a chance to stabilize it again. Bind within the circle, damaging and staggering foes.
Gonna die for that.
All right. Destabilizing the circle while there's somebody inside of it will cause that explosion to happen, which hits them for double the amount of damage it normally does. Okay, now let's see. Bind without an element drawn, creating a bound weapon. A bow. Okay, so let's reshape this bow. Eh? Go into spell, siphoning, research. Weaponry, here we go. Through binding. Some former apprentices have managed to alter the ethereal flow that weaves their physical form. By studying these texts, you should be able to do the same. Of special note is the Life Foci form. Equipped as twin gauntlets, these unique bound weapons are capable of draining your own life force and focusing it into a beam. Aimed at an enemy, it burns them from within, inflicting shock damage that can't be resisted. So primary form shall be a sword. The chapter on weaponry continues with the writer discovering that the abilities to reverse, reshape, realign, or refocus their spells also has an effect on their bound weapon. The change in energy flow can apparently be manipulated to dissolve and reform your weapon into another while you're holding it. Alternatively, it can purge the element coursing through the weapon, avoiding a potentially unwanted elemental discharge, or simply continue performing its normal function. We'll do reshape. What should be the effect of activating the chosen power while holding a bound weapon? When a power is used to summon a weapon set and that set is already held, the primary set is summoned instead. Okay, so with nothing in my hand, there we go. If we reshape it, it goes from a sword to a bow, and if I reshape it again, it turns back into a sword. Kind of wish there were a way to change the the shape of the bound weapon. Okay, now we need to bind life, becoming ethereal for 1 second and acquiring death, and then bind death, placing a rune that leaves lingering death on victims. So let's do this.
What was that?
Okay, we bind life, and we become intangible for about a second.
Stop that!
And then we have death in our hands, so if we bind death, we create a rune. All right. Now we just finished combat. All right, I think we have enough to go about right now. So let's end meditation. Oh, wow. We've been here pretty much all day. I better get back to the college.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly. Are we clear? I have a few things laying around that weren't worth adding to the collection. You may look through them.
Dance of the Fire by Warren Jarth. Ashir Traditasari. Guylane's Architecture of the Second Empire. Necromancer's Moon. Reverine Cult Notes. Redaring Cooking Secrets. shit. Was that loud? I need to learn about something we found in Sarthal.
I know what you want. Word travels fast around here. Discovered some big mystery, huh? Well, you don't even need to ask. No, I don't have anything for you. Not anymore, anyway.
You don't have anything that can help?
I said not anymore. Orthorn stole a number of books when he ran off to Felglow Keep to join those summoners. Some kind of peace offering. I think one of those volumes may have had some relevant information. If you want them, you'll have to talk to Orthorn.
Wait, who is this Orthorn?
He was an apprentice here at the college. Not very skilled, but got involved with a group of mages who took a liking to him. When they left, he took off after them. Stole supplies and books from the college. I suppose as a way to ingratiate himself.
Doesn't anyone care that Orthorn stole things from the college?
Not enough to bother with. Archmage Aaron's approach to these things is just to let them sort themselves out. Although now it looks like you'll be doing the sorting. Good luck with that.
Great. So why are these mages in Felglow Keep?
Let's just call it a difference of opinion with the college. They were interested in research that goes outside the bounds of what the college allows, so they were persuaded to leave.
That really makes us look good, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to figure out where this Orthorn actually is. I better get some sleep first. Huh. Missing apprentices. College asks that everyone keep an eye out for the previous group of apprentices who have gone missing. As yet, no information has become available. If anyone has any information regarding Ysra, Ileste, Orvir, or Rundi, please speak with me at once. Finis Gester.
I like living here. I feel different somehow. More myself.
Well, my deity has abandoned me. Guess I didn't pray to them often enough. It says 40, but it's actually 20.
Still no word from your family?
No, and I'm not expecting any.
Really? That must be so nice. I came all the way to Skyrim just to get away from my family's expectations.
My family didn't really approve of me coming here at all.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
I understand you're the one that found this orb in Sarthal.
got plenty of things that I could do around here. I just don't know what to do first.
If you have a moment, could you help me with something?
What did you need help with?
We're all trying to become better mages, right? Well, I need someone I can practice a few spells on. Nothing dangerous, really.
I like living here.
Would you be willing to
I
assist
feel
me?
different somehow. More myself.
Alright, I'll help.
Oh, good. I was afraid I'd have to go ask J'zargo. Now, you just stand there. Please hold still, and don't move.
Okay.
There. Now Oh dear. That wasn't supposed to happen. Do you feel all right? You look very, green. I am so very sorry. I went over this again and again, and I was sure it would have better results.
Well, look, this is hardly the worst that could have happened, I'm sure, but please tell me this isn't permanent.
It's not. It shouldn't be. You'll be back to normal in no time. And when you are, we can try this again, and I'll be sure to get it right.
Zargo continues to struggle with walls. You have time to practice?
Maybe later. I'm sort of busy now.
Just
Well,
be
as long
honest.
as I have you here, what do you know about Ancano?
I know I don't like the way he looks at me. I can't tell if he expects me to blow myself up or to try and murder him. But he clearly doesn't trust any of us.
Yesterday I read the tome I retrieved from Archmage. Savo's office. The tome focuses on an entirely different method of spell casting, referred to as spell siphoning, drawing power from the environment, from hostile entities, or even from corpses. I'm surprised by how quickly I was able to grasp the seeming complex man, how is it that I'm a writer when I spell so poorly? It's unlike any kind of spell casting I've learned here. Not that the traditional spell casting lacks value. For now, the power that I'm able to wield while using this spell siphoning method seems compare it eager. But I suspect as I practice and study it, principles in tomes, I'll eventually prove. Spent most of the day working it. I was already fascinated with learning, but now that interest has doubled, and I returned. I learned that the orb we found in Sarthal, that's two A's, was brought to the college. As I was one of the two people to have discovered it, my interest was piqued. So I visited the Canium to see if there were any references to the orb in books concerning Sarthal. I was told that any information we had was taken when a wayward mage named Hawthorne left to integrate himself into a of rogue mages, i.e., stole them. I asked why this matter hadn't been resolved, only to be told that the Archmage's approach to these situations is to let them sort themselves out, or wait until some sucker has some need so that they can be tasked with sorting it out instead. I mean, I'm just being I'm being like completely critical of Sabasaran. Do I stream full time on Twitch? No, not full time. Uh, frequently enough though. I can go on from 4 to 8 hours depending on how I'm feeling. Although I am slowly trying to scale down the time at which I stream. 4 hours is probably a better idea. I don't want to burn myself out. So, besides, it's not the only thing that I do. I have to make money, in other ways. So, getting my writing done is takes precedence over that. It seems they are near Whiterun Hold. If that's the case, I might visit the city and perhaps look into jobs in the area. I hear the companions of your are looking for new members. I wonder if they would allow a Kaios is also learning magic. How come I see your schedule saying 6 p.m. through 12 p.m.? Oh shoot. I alt tabbed. The reason for that is that I've not updated those ads or those flyers basically. So it had my old time, which is when I was streaming from 6 to midnight on my side of the country. My decision to scale it back and only do like 4 to 6 hours of streaming, starting at 4. That was kind of a recent decision, so I haven't edited everything. I need to get the program that I used in order to make those that little advertisement, that little schedule. I need to fix that up, so that it's updated with what I'm doing now. Okay. Let's wait until I'm finished being green.
At least something good came out of that trip to Sarthal. I didn't find anything but dust.
Oh, get some food off the table. 2, 3, 4. Jeez, you're tiny though. Oh gosh, how long is this gonna last? I think it lasts like 6 hours. Relina's practice spell. Everything is green. Yeah, another 2 hours should be it. There we go.
I still need some help, if you can spare the time.
Sure, I mean, your spell finally wore off. I've got time.
Exactly as I said it would. Now, are you ready to try again? I am confident it will work this time.
Alright, you can try again.
This will be worth it. Okay, now don't move at all. Oh my. That isn't right. Just wait. I can fix this. Oh no, that's not it at all. Let me try again. This really isn't turning out the way I'd hoped. I'll get it right this time. I swear. There. All better. Well, it all worked out in the end, didn't it?
Let us never speak of this ever again.
Agreed. And thank you for your help. You're a good friend. I'd better get going.
Yeah, she's precious. I mean, she's just trying so hard, but it's I don't know. I feel like she's channeling the energy of the Wabbit with her spells. Now you're green. Now you're a chicken. Now you're a horse. Now you get to keep that. I feel like the college should review its teaching methods rather than just letting students experiment on each other. How else are they going to learn not to blow each other up or themselves up? I need to find Finis Gester. He's the only one that can tell me where these college students went off to. So, I do intend to stream until midnight in order to make up for lost time. So this is going to be an 8-hour stream. But I promise not to do it that frequently. Tomorrow I will do a 4-hour stream. And on Sunday I will also do a 4-hour stream. There's Arniel Gain again. Here's Colette. Feralda. Always a good bean, that one. She may be Altmer, but, she clearly doesn't give a shit about Ancano. He is somewhere else. Hey, I got a question for you guys. What goes good with pork rinds? In fact, I'm going to ask Google that, but I will ask you guys what goes good with pork rinds. Let's see. What does Google say? What goes good with pork rinds? Dip them in salsa, queso, hot sauce, season them with Tajin seasoning, eat them dry, put them on top of a bowl of chili. Ooh, chili sounds like really good. Cheese is usually a good option. I do not eat pork. Well, I mean, I am Latino, so eating pork is just par for the course. Mashed potatoes? So it's not like a religious thing. It's just like, I don't, and that's fine. If I could choose, I would probably do just, what's going on here? Like chicken. What's going on here?
The existence of so-called doomstones throughout Skyrim has been repeatedly verified. The meaning of these stones has not. The prevailing opinion of Skyrim natives is that the stones are indeed magical in nature. While there is no direct evidence of this, it does seem likely. References to similar stones appear in lore throughout the various Tamrielic cultures. None, however, exactly match the markings or distribution of Skyrim stones. At present, there's no confirmation of any of the various theories surrounding the nature of these stones. Their relative positions do not indicate that any individual stone is part of a larger, unobserved pattern. Also, their placement throughout Skyrim does not correspond to any known magical phenomenon. The age of the stones themselves is yet to be officially determined. It has been widely assumed that they were placed during the Merethic era. Writings from that period, including those of Ysgramor himself, do not mention the stones, and thus this idea cannot be verified. Nonetheless, many are drawn to these stones based on the local stories describing them as a source of significant power. The college will continue to research these intriguing objects, and of course, any findings will be relayed with all possible haste.
Interesting. I did not. This is like the first time I've actually ever seen them do lessons here in this, in the Hall of Attainment. Or elements.
Covered in blood. Whatever.
You posted a notice about some missing apprentices, right?
Ah, that, yes. The group prior to yours has disappeared entirely. It's possible that there was less than the necessary amount of oversight. That's still being looked into. But we've had no contact with them for quite some time now. Arniel wondered if perhaps they'd somehow managed to get themselves lost in the Outer Realms. But I think that's giving them too much credit.
How long have they been missing?
I hadn't really considered it in terms of time. I suppose it's been at least a month. Let me think. What were they working on? As I recall, Ysra was trying to improve flame cloak spells to better work in Skyrim's harsh environment. Elos Tai was practicing illusion spells. She was having trouble with the calm spells, I believe, but only ever worked with skeevers. And then there's Borvir and Rundi, twins, though they rarely agreed on anything. Those two boys were obsessed with mead, convinced they could concoct something to compete with Honningbrew. Something about using frost magic to chill the mead for a certain period of time. I felt it was a waste, but the Archmage let them proceed.
Hey, sometimes the pursuit of alcohol can lead to advancements in science and technology and magic. So you've had no word from the missing apprentices?
None. It's been long enough that, honestly, I don't expect to hear from them. All right, then.
Urag can be very helpful. Just don't antagonize him.
If I could find somebody to quickly give me some lessons on magic, maybe a little bit of destruction magic from Feralda. Oh, hold on, there's a fire truck about to pass. Jeez, dude. Did they all go up into the Arcanium?
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly. Are we clear?
Good to see Skyrim still has such fine people. You give an old man hope.
You look worried about something.
I'm afraid so. There's a problem with one of the Jarls here in Skyrim. He's been complaining of a member of the college running amok in his hold.
Oh,
we
no.
have, of course, severed old ties with the mage in question, but the Jarl isn't appeased. So the mage needs to be taken care of, if you understand me. I would hate to see our reputation further tarnished.
Wow.
It's always encouraging to see the younger generations embracing education. I can certainly share a bit of what I know. Well, yes. This is rather embarrassing, but it seems I've misplaced something. I seem to have misplaced the book I was reading. If you happen to see it, would you mind bringing it to me? Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I have a little bit more to do. Hey Don, good to see you, dude. Wow, they are all over the place. Or they were, if they're still alive. Smartcast. We want to do Oak Flesh. Maintain autocast. Alright. So I'm setting Smartcast to autocast Oak Flesh whenever combat begins, so I don't need to switch to it and activate it myself. Oof. It's a long drop. If there were a safe way down. It's going all right. I'm considering going downstairs to see if we have any salsa so I can eat these pork rinds with a little extra flavor. Oh no, what happened to this little fox? Poor little guy. Whoa, holy sh... Oh, bye, Julianos. What the... well, there's Rundi. Really? Reading Mana Marco? Frost Salts, Ice Wraith Teeth. It's a really nice dagger. I have no idea what he was trying to accomplish with these. I mean, I know what he was attempting to accomplish. I don't see how he thought any of these were going to help him, though. There's not much game here in the north. I'm not surprised that the wolves are, well, a little, not wild, but more than willing to hunt humans. There we go. So I'm considering reinstalling Elden Ring with Shades of the Empyreans. Basically adds a bunch of furries. There was a new update about a month ago that fixed the shape of some of the characters. So that's kind of cool. They're happy they managed to get themselves a goat. We eat your goat. Okay, so we found one of the twins, but not the other. This is where he was last reported being seen.
Now ain't this a surprise? Think you're bleeding?
I guess this is Borvir then. Treasure map near Valtheim Towers. What do we have here? Here's his dagger. Maybe he was trying to chill his mead, through the environment. Herbalist's Guide to Skyrim by Agneta Folia. Poor doggo. Must have gotten too close to the road and a guard might have slain it. Okay. One of the college apprentices should be behind that. Inselberg? What would you call this? I don't know if I would call this a mountain, but I don't know that I would call it a hill either. Like the best word, the best term I can use to describe what I'm seeing here, other than it being an island, is like, I guess, a rock formation. Just rock formation. It's about the most generic thing that I can think of, though. I mean, I guess a peak. Yeah, I guess peak does work. But it looks like there might be, like, leveled land up on top. I could be wrong. I don't think it'd be considered a plateau. I think Don's right. I think peak is probably the best word that could be used to describe what this is. Use Grimoire's Tomb. Another Nirnroot. Oh. Ulystay's ring. But where is she? Well, if the environment, if this scene is anything to go by, Skeever's probably tore the poor girl apart. Back here, lunch. Oh. Hello. I guess you can have this. There you go. I mean, it's hard enough to find food up here. Shelley, your ship should have arrived weeks ago, and I fear the worst has happened. I've set up camp on this rock as your ship should pass by here, and hopefully one of these days we'll be together again. If you're reading this, I'm probably out hunting or bringing in some supplies. I'll be waiting here until I see your face again. Faithfully yours, Trius. Oh, isn't that tragic? Ooh, purple starfish. My favorite thing about the Pale is the doggos. I mean, I guess technically this is a part of Winterhold, so... Huh. There's a fire up ahead. Or several fires. Didn't Finnes say that one of the students was working on a flame cloak? Oh. Yeah. Isn't this supposed to be like the emblem of Neverwinter Nights? Hmm. Gonna be a hell of a jog back. Wolves are so cool. Hopefully the fire will keep me from freezing my ass up here. Wellok's Dormant Arcana. I can't wait. I mean, there's plenty to love about this, like alter self-resistances. Spellblade works really well with Spell Siphon. Oh, well, hey there. Cool. So, I'm a werewolf now. Currently dipping a long claw into an inkwell to scribble this entry down. Fortunately, nobody is able to read this journal unless I give them the password in order to reveal the journal's contents to them. Or unless they kill me. At which point, my being a werewolf, werewolf, or a target of the Valmore will be moot. Lycanthropy among the Lycaios. This is not it's rare, but not the taboo that most other cultures and races make it out to be. Piercing is one of few Daedric lords that the Lycaos revere. And this form is often guarded as a blessing, as it does not involve the usual process of being bitten, consuming another werewolf's blood, or gaining it through an unholy pact of savages, like the Hag Ravens. Still, I wasn't expecting this blessing to be bestowed on me. When it happens, it comes in the form of a dream, which this one did. I don't know what it is that Kirsten sees in me to provide me with such a boon, but far be it from me to question the mind of a Daedric lord or a divine. They have their reasons, I'm sure. Nevertheless, it would be prudent of me to keep this form a secret. I doubt the people of Skyrim are used to the people of Skyrim have positive views of lycanthropy. I guess that would be lowercase. In the meantime, I'll get more rest. I've tracked down the remains of 4 former college students in the frozen wastes of the old. I'll have to inform Finis Gestor about their fates once I get back. Personal note. Take a bath. Scent of a werewolf is distinct. The noses of most men and mare wouldn't be able to tell it apart from wet dog. But I'm not keen on seeing if Sargo can. There we go. I'm now a superpowered doggo. And I handsome. Well, looks like I didn't freeze to death, so that's good. Ah, this might be salt water. Oh yeah, it's salt water. Still after me. Nah, looks like it lost interest.
Need something?
Where's Finisgester?
I've been looking for you.
What?
That's something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Ah, a letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh?
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Corvus, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sidgeir, and I have the honor to be the Jarl of the proud and ancient city of Valkyrie. The fame of your exploits across Skyrim has brought you to my attention. If you are interested in becoming a Thane of Falkreath Hold, I invite you to speak to me the next time you're in Falkreath. Aside from the honor that accrues to the title, my Thanes are entitled to a personal housecarl. I can also tell you privately that a choice parcel of land in Falkreath would be available for your purchase, should your services prove useful to me. I look forward to meeting you in person. I remain Jarl Sidgeir of Falkreath.
Yes?
Okay, so what got my name spread around so quickly? I smell a trap.
There are few places where one can pursue my type of work without fear of persecution.
I'm afraid Isra did not survive the flame cloak experiments.
Gods, this is hers, isn't it? She will certainly be missed.
I also found this. It belonged to Borvir.
Yes, I recognize it. Well, I suppose I needn't wonder where he is anymore.
And his brothers, Rundi's.
It certainly is. Was, I suppose. He would never have willingly parted with it. What a shame.
And then I couldn't find her body, but I found this.
Oh dear. I had particularly high hopes for her. Once she had overcome her difficulties, she could have been quite successful here.
And I guess that's all the missing apprentices.
Well, all of the previous apprentices have been accounted for thanks to you. Here, why don't you take this? It was intended to be given to the best in their group, as a reward for their hard work. It's the least I can do for your help in putting this matter to rest. Oh dear, I didn't mean to say it like that. That wasn't a joke, really.
I believe him.
Until next time. What are you doing that for?
Well, the man does have some, man does have a heart in him after all. All right.
Magic. It's as rewarding as it is dangerous.
If I ever hope to get more information about this orb we discovered in Morthal, I'll need to head south to Whiterun Hold and figure out a way to get those books back. I doubt I'm up to the task of fighting other mages, but I don't have much choice if I'm going to I think I'll look into joining the companions. Maybe they'll be receptive to taking on a member who is trying to work on their skill with a blade. Nothing else. It'll hopefully be warmer. All right. I'll go ahead and store the things that I don't need. Should I take the backpack? Nah. Ah, there we go. We'll keep a hold of the elemental spell tomes. We'll hold on to this staff. Could still be useful. Okay, I think the quickest way for me to get to Whiterun Hold, rather, is to get down to Windhelm and then take a carriage. Seeing as I can't fast travel. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know it's a little bit boring, especially since I spent like an hour training with the Spell Siphon mod. And I know it's a bit dark in there, so you guys probably couldn't even see what I was doing. What do you think of the attire, by the way? I think it's pretty fitting. It's supposed to be infantry armor, and the heavy version's supposed to have like an iron breastplate. while the gloves and boots are supposed to have like some element of iron on them as well. But honestly, I think it looks good like this. Looks very mage-like. I mean, the fact that it also has HDT physics is it's a plus in my book. Oh. Killed himself 2 saber cats. Badass. Oh. Some Legionnaires. Where are they going? Oh! The hell was that? Fuck. Alright, how far back am I being thrown? Oh. So it's gonna be like that, huh? Fuck. Well, it seems like as good a time as any for me to go ahead and catch a break. Gonna take about 10 or 15 minutes so I can stretch my legs and get a little bit of food. What's going on here? Yes, it did. Alright, so yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more Skyrim. All right, we're back. Hey, Narton, glad to hear that you're in the clear. Oh boy. Okay. How far back am I?
Urag can be very helpful. Just don't antagonize him.
Shit. God damn it. Fuck!
The college looks so pretty. I almost can't believe it.
The last 3 hours. I lost everything from the start of this stream to just before my break. God damn it.
Still no word from your family?
No, and I'm not expecting any.
Really? That must be so nice. I came all the way to Skyrim just to get away from my family's expectations.
My family didn't really approve of me coming here at all.
Oh, well that's awkward. Sorry to have brought...
I need to look up something.
You haven't heard any more about dragon sightings, have you?
No, which is fine with me.
A pity. You have any idea how much fangs would be worth? Or even better, bottle their flame. The right buyer would pay an immense amount.
Bottle? Their flame? I can't. No, I don't think I've any interest in that sort of thing.
I like living here. I feel different somehow. More myself.
Well, you're certainly making a name for yourself.
Well, it means those journal entries that I wrote aren't there anymore.
I understand you're the one that found this orb. I understand you're the one that found this orb in Sulphur.
Hope you guys don't mind, but these next few hours of stream are basically going to be identical to the first 3 hours of the stream. Basically got to redo everything.
There are few places where one can pursue. It's possible, but we've had... Arniel wondered if perhaps they'd... I'm not sure. As I... Elot. And then there's... those... Something about using frost magic to chill the mead for a certain... None. It's been long enough that, honestly, I don't expect to hear from them.
I'm working. The exact nature of my research is a secret, I'm afraid, but it really is quite valuable.
I don't know, I don't feel like I don't feel like restating what I had said earlier about the spell siphon, like re-explaining what I had done. But then again, there weren't that many people here either, so...
Warm drinks and warm beds. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Of course. Of course. All right then.
Hey, Axeman.
The mages don't let us go into college. Acercis's paw says the college makes lots of bad things happen.
Kid, I don't care. Okay, enter the meditation space. How's the brightness here? Is it too much, or can you guys see what's going on, or is it too dark? I mean, I did ask you guys earlier, but I never got an answer, so I'm still not sure. I guess these shaders really were meant for with E&B in mind. That better? Okay, I'm gonna have to redo that frequently, but okay. Okay, purge exhaustion and meditation if I want to leave this space, and summon/dismiss combatant, which I'm going to be using those frequently. Okay. Read at least one page on the lay subject. Here we go. Fine, we shall now test your comprehension of the word of power. Recall the memories in your studies of them. Focus on the word in your mind. Let it flow through your body to your fingertips. If successful, the ability to draw and word will be yours to manipulate. As you progress through the lessons ahead, strive to fully experiment with each new concept before moving on. Okay, quickly going over spell siphoning. Following texts are collected wisdom of an otherwise insignificant group of mages that happen upon a rare insight into the arcane. I write this tome in the hope that what we've discovered is not lost to the sands of time. Our discovery pertains to a new definition of the very cornerstones of our realm, the trinity of raw elements that shape our existence, the fiery creation of the world, the spark of life, and the icy chill of death. Through these pages, I shall explain to you the arcane principles with which you may call upon these elements directly, focus them into powerful spells, and channel them through your own being. To begin, first steps to understanding will regrettably be heavy, as your task is one that may take years or decades. You must master the full meaning of a single word of power taken from an ancient language beyond our comprehension. Bind. The word unlocks our ability to funnel the elements that surround us into a stream of energy by simply reaching out with our hand. We've come to call this ability Draw. By reaching out with our other hand, we also become able to do the exact opposite, channeling our own energies back into the realm. This takes the form of a protective barrier against all harm, magical or physical, while purifying the body of past trauma. After its mirrored behavior to draw, this second ability has been aptly named Ward. While simple in concept, these two abilities will serve to grant you a vast array of new manifestations for your magic. The knowledge required to master these foundational principles, however, cannot be fully grasped from the text of a single tome. As such, we've utilized the arcane mechanisms required to inscribe our memories directly onto worldly objects. Indeed, as you touch these pages, even though you may not have noticed, the knowledge in these inscribed memories were passed on to you. Work now to study your newfound memories as well as the text within. Once you've attained full mastery of the word of power, we may proceed with the lessons ahead. Okay, so we start by equipping the Bind Shout, fully unlocked. Don't have to spend any Dragon Souls for it. And by using the Bind Shout, we gain Ward and Draw. Go ahead and retrieve the pages. Okay, so now we have Draw and Ward. And then we can use the power Reverse to convert Draw and Ward and vice versa. And all that does, that is just a power that when I activate, it changes the hand in which Ward and Draw are in. Okay. The fiery creation of the world forms the first of the three elements. Extend your arm and draw in the air around you or the earth beneath you. Allow some time for your body to absorb a sufficient quantity, and the energies will eventually focus into a spell in your hand. We have now drawn World into our right hand. Once an element has been drawn and focused into a spell, you may release it like any other. Be aware that this will disperse your drawn element, and should you wish to cast that same spell again, you must once again draw upon it. Using energies from your environs in this way preserves your magicka, but draw and its resulting elements only carry half the power of a novice destruction spell while in their basic form. So it doesn't do much damage, but it doesn't use any magicka either, so it's a good fallback if you don't want to use magicka. Okay, Ward will illuminate your surroundings, heal your wounds, and as threats approach will protect a barrier against all harm. During the first moments of projection, the barrier will forcefully repel any incoming blows, magical or physical, at any range. Maintaining either the barrier or the healing effect is fairly effortless, but maintaining both will require you to tap into your own magicka reserves. So as you can see, it will, I mean, you can't really see it now, but it'll bright up the immediate environment. It'll heal me if I'm injured, and if I'm in combat, it will cause a ward to be generated. Now, blocking blows and spells will take a toll on your stamina. If you become entirely exhausted, your ward will shatter, leaving behind only a fragment of its power. While weakened, ward will retain its healing potency, and it gains the ability to replenish your spent energy, your stamina, but is otherwise inert, so it won't block. Recover a sufficient amount of your stamina using the weakened spell, and it will rebuild to full strength as soon as you let go of it. So it'll do something like a parry. It'll have a couple of parry frames at the beginning. Come on. Okay, ward is broken. If I recover my stamina, I get the ward back. Okay. The spark of life forms the second of the three elements. As draw touches any living being, a burst of life is released. For it to become the dominantly drawn element, it must be drawn for over at least half a second. The burst of energy will briefly linger in the environment, allowing your draw to beam to stray off its target while still absorbing the desired element. Shorthand is that target a living being in order to draw life. If you manage to hit them and your beam strays off mark, it doesn't matter. You still draw life instead of world.
What was that?
Okay. I still get life even though... Okay. And death. The icy chill of death forms the last of the three elements. Drawing upon this element requires the bodily vessel of anything that was previously inhabited by the spark of life. Like life, death must be released from its vessel and then drawn for at least half a second to become dominant. Drawn may stray off its target here as well, absorbing the ambient energy released. So as before, you draw it, and you cast it, and it doesn't matter if you hit it and then you miss. You'll still get the death element. Okay, and then we have accumulation. While drawing, you may use your ward to block the elements from reaching you, instead having them accumulate on the exterior of the barrier. Extending your draw in such a way can prove useful when a desired element is released from its vessel too late. Once the barrier is removed, the dominant accumulated element is instantly absorbed. Like life becomes dominant over world, death becomes dominant over life. So essentially, if you draw, you get the element and you can release it. But if you don't want to get it, like if you accidentally did that, put your ward up to stop yourself, stop the beam, and then drop the ward, and you won't draw any element fully. Or let's say you start from here. Oh, missed. So yeah, let's say you wanted to get the death element instead, and I accidentally hit the earth. I missed. Ward, redirect. and I end up with the death element instead. Of course, if you draw too long and it accumulates, your ward will break. It's a quick fix, but... Okay, life reanimation. Drawn life force can be infused into the remnants of the deceased. By focusing the entirety of your drawn element into a corpse, it can serve to animate the flesh and bones of the dead. This infusion requires little effort to maintain, meaning even a novice conjurer is able to sustain their bond with the raised creature, while another familiar or raised creature is present. But regardless of skill, only one creature can be manipulated this way. So...
Someone there?
If we draw from here... can re-raise him.
That's all you've got?
If I decide to raise another one, though, the original one dies or disappears. Okay, now we just wait for combat to finish. Alright, we got the next pages. Woven Power. Whenever an element is drawn and released, the channel energies will lastingly attune your body. Each time your attunement shifts towards a new element, the differing streams intersect and weave within you, strengthening the flow of magic. Called Woven Power, this phenomenon allows your spells to grow from searing the fur of a wolf to incinerating giants. 20 seconds after creation, each weave will unravel, undoing its effects. So in the magic effects bar, it shows us how many stacks of Woven Power we have and how much multiplied damage we're doing. And our current magic regeneration. The important thing to remember is that the spell siphon spells are powered by our magicka regeneration, so if I raise my magicka regeneration higher and higher, spell siphon spells will actually become more powerful. So right now we're only at 281 with only one Woven Power stack. And like it says, in order to get more, we need to attune to different elements, like world and death in this case. So release. Remember, when we started, we were only at about 281. Okay, so we've shifted attunement 10 times in a row. We have 8 stacks of Woven Power, and we've jumped from 281 to 395. So that is almost, that's over 100% extra damage right there. So the more we do that, the more we cast, draw, and release, the more damage we'll be doing. And we can create Woven Power using a ward deflection. Okay, spell siphoning research. Again, the research journal is really only for settings, so that it makes it easier for you to do more tricky stuff. Okay, resonance, which we didn't take a look at. Certain actions within our art resonate with the elemental weave, granting power identical to an attunement shift. They'll be revealed in due time, but the first two is by drawing death. This element's unique characteristics cause it to resonate simply by being extracted through draw, but the second method is performing a forceful ward deflection. The repelling energy wave causes palpable resonance as it travels through the weave. Basically, resonance is just another way to get more Woven Power, and to get it more quickly even, to get it quicker. Okay, so right now the objectives are saying perform initial research using the journal. Oh, shoot. Wrong book. Okay, under the focus chapter, learn to auto-cast powers and then auto-cast reverse. Okay, so under focus, power, and shout focus. Yes, auto-cast any power, or only auto-cast spell siphon powers. Re-equip bind after shouting. Yes. So all this is going to do is anytime I use any power any power now, it'll be applied. Let's see where it sits. Where's reverse? Okay, there it is. I'm going to be using these three quite a bit. But in this particular case, makes it so that if I hotkey this, if I hotkey it, I can use it like, just like that. Then typically what happens is if you cast a power or a different shout, you don't revert back to your original shout. But since Spell Siphon is kind of central, what happens is that if you do that, it'll auto cast it, and then it'll go back to taking the bind shout. It's kind of hard to see with everything blocking it, but just take my word for it. This has been re-equipped. So all right, so the big thing here is we have reshape under our hotkey number 1. Oh, that really is awful, isn't it? Yeah, maybe that'll be better. Okay, so reshape is on key number 1. Reshape is important because it'll change the shape of our released spells. So this is what happens typically if you use just a normal world draw and release. But if I reshape it, it comes out as a stream of flames instead. And if we reshape death, this is what it looks like normally, but if we reshape it, it turns into an ice spike. So reshaping it makes it better for single target elimination. Okay. Conclusion. The principles of Spire lay the groundwork. We encourage you to perform further research into that which you've learned. Once you aspire for greater mastery, the additional tomes provided contain the full extent of our knowledge of the elements. With training, they may discharge through weapons, bind your environs, and even animate as physical beings. The seal on each tome will ensure you are amply prepared. Okay, so Under Focus, activate Spell Focus, then charge and release a Magicka spell. This is an important aspect of the mod because if you see here, if we switch our spells to something different, then the only way to get draw and ward back is to use the bind shout again. Which is all well and good, but it's a step that I don't need to do if I don't have to. So in order to set things up so that it auto-reverts back to draw and ward, we go into here, we go into Focus, and Spell Focus. These pages go through methodologies so which a practitioner may retain a stronger connection to draw and ward directly. After finishing channeling a concentration spell or the firing of a charged one, these principles allow the caster to immediately recall the draw or ward spell that previously occupied their hand. So what will happen now is that I will cast this, and without touching anything else, it'll revert back to draw and ward. If I want to keep the spell in my hand for a while, I can delay Spell Focus by charging the spell in my hand after I've casted it once. So, as long as I keep it charged in my hand, it will not go back to draw and ward until I completely release it. Like that. So that's useful if I ever want to switch over to Fireball really quickly and then just throw a bunch of them at like an enemy. And then switch over to Spell Siphon again. So. Alright, what's the next thing it says? Cast a concentration spell for at least 2 seconds with Spell Focus activated. Same principle applies as long as you hold it down. It will not go back to draw until you release it. Okay, under under Bind and Power Assignment, pick Reverse and then use Bind to cast it. Okay, under Bind, Power Assignment. Section of a discussion is on the intricacies of the word of Power Bind. Study of these texts indicates that the word is capable of altering the effects of your magic similarly to the powers written about elsewhere in the journal. In addition to its normal effects, Bind should also be able to cast, reverse, refocus, or reshape, or realign. We can do it so that it'll be held down. It's like usually with your dragon shouts, you can tap it once and it'll do just like the first shout. If you have 2 shouts unlocked, you can hold it down and then release it in order to get the second shout out. And if you have all 3 shouts, you can hold it down and release the full shout for like full power. Same principle is here, where if you hold it down, it'll have a different effect. In this case, instead of just bind, if I hold it down, it'll do reverse instead, which is useful if I want to save myself from using another hotkey. Granted, I can still use the hotkey, but now I don't have to, and I can save the upper hotkeys for something else entirely. So, gotta say, the person who developed this mod put a lot of thought into how they were going to make everything work. This is like a 9 out of 10 in terms of what they were going for. It's intricate, it's interesting, it helps employ a new type of play style. There's a lot to love about this mod. Okay, under Imbue. Okay, so for this we're going to need to unlock the elemental binding Okay. Elemental binding tomes affixed with a trivial arcane seal cannot be opened, so we break the seal. We just need 10 destruction or conjuration. We easily pass that bar. Okay, now it appears as a book instead of a spell tome. Let's read it. Binding an element refers to the act of drawing followed by the invocation of our word of power. Done properly, this will bring forth powerful new aspects while attuning the body. A novice of our art cannot yet hope to control the full power of binding, but we shall here take the first steps towards mastery. World binds with your environs, forming a weaving circle. Its spinning currents will catch traces of any released elements and refocus them onto your ward hand. With both hands used defensively, you can greatly increase the rate at which you build woven power. Be mindful, however, that exiting the circle will destabilize it. I'll show an example of that in just a bit. When the circle destabilizes, the circulating currents are released in a staggering wave of flame, burning enemies at double world potency. It also becomes unable to reform for a short time. Destabilization can alternatively be triggered by binding. Whenever death is refocused into your ward hand, it strikes a similar resonance to when it is drawn, building additional woven power. Elemental overload. Standing within the weaving circle and drawing the same element into both hands will flood your body with energy. As the channel power saturates your veins, your destructive potential is significantly increased, but you'll be unable to disperse the element or draw others. Life binds with your spirit, breaking free of its physical bonds for a brief moment and allowing you to pass through the realm unharmed. Reclaiming your physical form brings part of the spirit realm back with you, taking the shape of a death spell focused in your hand. Death binds with the focus of your gaze, forming a volatile rune and orb. When the rune is disturbed, death is unleashed in a shockwave and lingers around each victim of the blast, allowing it to be drawn from living beings. If within range, the blast will also attune you to the death element. The bound weapon. Even without an element drawn, one always remains in your possession. Your own life force can be bound to manifest as a physical weapon. Becoming an extension of your own body, the weapon increases in strength as you maintain and improve your health, while weakening if you are injured. So it's basically just a bound weapon, a conjuration bound. It's a conjuration type bound weapon, except that it gets stronger the more health you have, and the healthier you are, and it'll weaken if you have less health and are injured. Okay. I am now able to bind elements. Okay. Under Imbue, learn the principles, then draw and imbue yourself with any element. Hit an enemy with a 1- or 2-handed melee bow or staff weapon while imbued. Power attack or bash while imbued, briefly warding yourself from damage. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so we draw from anything. Let's draw from world. And then we bind. And we've created a weaving circle. Our ward spell now allows us to discharge it. And if we draw again, we have double flamethrowers. But if we step outside the circle, it destabilizes. And if we try to reform the circle again too quickly, it explodes in our face. Doesn't do any damage. In fact, it damages other people, but yeah. It won't do the same thing successfully. If there's an enemy in the circle with us, we can damage the foe by binding in the circle. Okay, let me take a bite out of this sandwich. Okay, if we use bind while we don't have any element drawn, we end up creating a bound weapon. And we can disperse it immediately afterward. If I want, it can take a different shape instead, in this case, a sword. But if I want to have a bow instead, I cast Reshape. I cast Reshape. Shit. Okay. We can cast Reshape. And we can cast Reverse. Okay. Am I imbued? Yes, I am imbued. Okay, let's draw a sword. It's a regular box standard sword. I think I did it right, didn't I? I think I have to set it, actually. Hold on. I was doing this earlier. How could I have forgotten? Here we go. Imbue. How to imbue. Holding an element utilizing reverse or refocus, the element is dispersed and lost from your hands. However, the writers of these pages propose that redirecting the escaping energy could instead be funneled into their bodies. So, when an element is drawn or reverse or refocus is used, imbue will replace reverse. Okay, yeah, that's how it works, right? So if I bind this, it turns into a warding circle, but if I use reverse instead, I become imbued with the element. I don't know how long that lasts, though. If I attack or bash while imbued, then I'll get a brief ward. Oh, hold on. All right, we got it back. Okay, and then Entangle, which gone over before, but let's go over it again. Entangle allows you to integrate your normal spells in with this new system. So where is it? Research. Here we go. Entangle. Not learned. Here you will find research suggesting the possibility to draw normal Magicka fuel spells by temporarily severing the strands of the weave and casting spells through the created ethereal void. Each fire, shock, or frost spell will intertwine with its kindred woven element. Once entangled as such, it can be formed with from a drawn element and becomes able to perform all the related functions, but can no longer be cast purely using Magicka. The entanglement can be reverted at will. Entangled spells will not fully replace that which you would normally draw. By realigning your focus, you can transition from your ordinary, reshaped or not elemental spells to your entangled ones and back. If realigned an element is drawn that lacks an entangled spell, an ordinary spell will form instead. But there is an exception to the functionality of entangled spells. They're incapable of reanimating the dead. So in this particular case, life is analogous to shock damage spells. So if you entangle a shock damage spell, like, say, Lightning Rune or Sparks, for example, or Thunderbolt, and you happen to entangle it into Draw and Ward, then if you use it, it's not going to reanimate any dead bodies. You have to do it the usual way of drawing life from a living target and then infusing it into a dead body. You can't just use an entangled spell for it. Okay, so going in here. We have Entangle activated. Okay. And then Lightning Bolt. Okay, so we've entangled a fire spell, a shock spell, and a frost spell. So now, when we cast it, it'll be like a normal firebolt spell. The difference is that casting this will actually cost Magicka. Whereas a Spell Siphon spell does not cast any Magicka. It'll stop Magicka from regenerating, but otherwise it's not going to cost any Magicka. Again though, realigning it. So, it's a neat way of being able to integrate normal spells into the Spell Siphon system. Since those spells will actually be a bit more powerful, you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for the rest of the system to become powerful. Okay. And then I can cast Untangle to return all spells to my spellbook, because as you can see, the spells that I entangled are no longer in my spellbook here. So if I cast Untangle, they will appear again. Okay. Now finish your lessons on elemental binding. Bind life, becoming ethereal for 1 second and then acquiring death. So, and then bind while I have life. I become ethereal, and I change the spell to death. Oh, shoot.
You won't leave here alive!
Bind this, and it becomes a rune.
Stop that!
All right, everybody following so far? Probably not, but I'm gonna continue anyway. All right, that's gonna be enough to go on with for now. Now I'll focus my efforts on trying to find the missing apprentices. Oh boy.
Take your best shot.
Another thing I like about the Spell Siphon mod is that it almost completely integrates every school of magic into its system, with the exception of alteration, which is kind of hard to bring in anyway. and illusion, which is kind of an indirect means of casting. So
I'm going to put you down.
Oh yeah? You're happy you found food, huh? Yeah, that was my kill, but you guys can have it. I don't eat orc. That is some tasty cheese. Oh no, what is that flying wolf doing? Oh no, that poor thing must be dead. Okay. It doesn't seem like it's too dark when it's light out, for at least. At least I hope not. Just in that one chamber, it seemed like it was pretty dark. Save. I don't know where I don't know when I'm going to crash or where. What is crank mine? Huh, interesting. It's a novice spell. Crank whore? I want to watch Mystery Science Theater 3000 again. I want to watch The Prince of Space. It had some of the funniest riffs in like the series. Anybody else watch Mystery Science 3000? Like, what were your favorite episodes? Oh yeah, Prince of Space is like a classic. They also did like, I think 2 or 3 of the Gamera movies. Yeah, Rip Tracks was done by the same people. It's a hard one trying to pick out your favorite Mystery Science Theater 3000 episodes. That is true. There are a lot of good ones. In fact, I would say, you know, if you can't even pick out your top 10, I don't blame people. I can tell you what some of the most boring ones are, though. The Starfighters. Nothing happens in that movie. I think like halfway in, they gave up trying to riff it, because like, there's nothing interesting or funny about the movie. Space Mutiny. Chunk beef broth. Reef blast body. Big McLarge huge. Roll fizzle beef. Bob Johnson. Oh wait. Beat punch beef. Splint chest hair. You could make up your own, and they could easily fit, or you could fool people into thinking they aren't. Like Barge McWon't Stop. Clint Peck Checker. Roy Biceps. Big Mac Mastodon. Mystery Science Theater wasn't something I was allowed to watch as a kid. Ah. To me, it was just something I wasn't able to watch when I was younger. But once I finally moved out, I got into it through my ex. So I recommend some of the riff tracks as well. Like there is a riff track of Jurassic Park. The guest there is Weird Al Yankovic. Is that a dinosaur? No. Is that a dinosaur? No. Is that a dinosaur? No! This movie sucks. They talk about the John Williams music generator where it's like, you put in, you describe it gives you a prompt, and you describe the scene that you want it to make music for, and it ignores that, and it just plays the music from Jurassic Park. So off of the top of my head, favorites that I have from Mystery Science Theater 3000 include Princess Face, obviously. But in addition to that, there's the first Gamera movie. Actually, the first and second ones are pretty good for riff tracks. This Island Earth. There's a couple of one-offs that there's a one-off of a short they did, which was Keeping Clean and Neat, which I thought was hilarious. And in that same vein, they also did a PSA. They did a riff tracks of a PSA, One Got Fat. Puma Man, there we go. Puma Man's a good one. Space Mutiny, of course, you know, that one is hilarious just for all the names. And there's Werewolf or Warwolf. It was basically a movie where nobody knew how to pronounce the word werewolf. Gorga, the British Godzilla. That was one that I never got to see. Okay, I should get lycanthropy from doing this. last time this happened, I turned into a werewolf. Give me 1 second. Ah, okay, I have to sleep outdoors under a clear sky at night. That's what I gotta do. And this doesn't really count as a clear sky. Damn it. Oh, this is as clear as skies as I'm gonna be getting, I think. This should do. Yes! Drink the beast blood! Werewolf. I'm gonna choose a werebear. What am I, Canadian? Wait, no, that's okay. So, I'm a werewolf now. Gonna make this journal, and then I'm gonna save. So I'm a werewolf now. These last few days have been filled with discoveries. Both promising and sobering. I set out on the 6th of Heartfire. At the request of Finis Guest who wanted me to look into the whereabouts of a set of missing students from last month. Thank you. As it seemed an excellent opportunity to study the tome I found in the Archmage's quarters, I agreed and set out. Upon studying the tome, I was introduced to a new form of magic which instilled me with the necessary knowledge as if it had been there all along, though Tome explained that it was merely memory and knowledge infused in the book passing into me. Gave me insights on a completely different means of casting spells which I could integrate with my current ability to perform magic, but rather than drawing on my own reserves, Magica allows me to draw energy from the environment, from my enemies, or even from corpses. I can't imagine why the Archmage had this book thrown aside, as it seems to be useful. Perhaps he thought it too convoluted, or not powerful enough. Indeed, the spells seem weaker than traditional spell casting at first, but it seems to become more powerful the longer it is performed, like a boulder gaining momentum as it rolls down a hill. Once I studied it for a fair bit of time, I returned to the task of locating the missing apprentices. I found them all, fortunately. I imagine Finis will not be happy to hear their fates. I made sure to take up their belongings. He'll know better than I what to do. I took rest at an abandoned campsite. The night was clear, so I slept soundly until I had a dream of a chalice of blood, accompanied by the howling of wolves. Too many been unused to the wilds. This would be an omen of ill portent, but I recognized it as the calling of Lord Hearsay, and accepted the chalice. I awoke filled with energy, but with my mind still my own. P is not the taboo. Among the Hyos is not the taboo or curse that other races believe it to be, as long as it is a blessing bestowed by Hearsay, as opposed to an infection from a bite. Or a curse laid upon by any number of savage cults or covens, like those of hag ravens. Or mockeries of the noble raven. Corvus is rather articulate given the big murder pause. He's dipping his claw into an inkwell to write these journal entries. But this blessing is only bestowed on a few. Normally only one wolf per tribe. That one wolf may not be a chieftain, but a shaman or a powerful warrior or hunter. I can fathom no reason why Hearsay would choose to bestow it on me. But nor is it my place to discern the mind of a Daedric Lord or Divine. I'll take it as a blessing. A blessing that it did. One that I'll keep hidden, of course. People of Skyrim have no love for such bestial forms. And there's no point in informing anyone about it. I anticipate no problem in writing this entry by claw instead of quill, as one must either know the password to reveal its contents to them, or else kill me first, at which point the knowledge of me being a werewolf or a target, the Thalmor, will be rather moot. I'll wait for this form to wear off before returning to the college. Human and elven poses aren't normally able to discern the scent of a werewolf, that of a wet dog. But there's no sense risking finding out if Sargo can. There we go. Man, it's getting close to 9 o'clock already. Well, at least it only took 2 hours to get back 3 hours worth of progress. If I get there early enough, I might be able to sneak into the baths underneath the dorm rooms without anybody noticing.
What is that stench?
Yeah, see? They can't tell that I'm a werewolf. They just smell a smelly dog, that's all. God, I gotta get to those baths. Oh, no, not that one. Here we go. Clean as a kitchen counter, fresh as a bagel.
I've been looking for you.
Uh-oh.
Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here.
Ah, a letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh?
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
There are few places where one can pursue my type of work without fear of persecution.
I found this. It belonged to Borvir.
Yes, I recognize it. Well, I suppose I needn't wonder where he is anymore.
And I also found this. It's Rune Days, isn't it?
It certainly is. Was, I suppose. He would never have willingly parted with it. What a shame.
Ysra did not survive her flame cloak experiments.
Gods. This is hers, isn't it? She will certainly be missed.
And I didn't find much of Violaste, but well, I did find her ring.
Oh dear. I had particularly high hopes for her. Once she had overcome her difficulties, she could have been quite successful here.
Sweet thing for him to say, given that she's Argonian. So, that's all of them.
Well, all of the previous apprentices have been accounted for thanks to you. Here, why don't you take this? It was intended to be given to the best in their group, as a reward for their hard work. It's the least I can do for your help in putting this matter to rest. Oh dear, I didn't mean to say it like that. That wasn't a joke, really.
So summoning undead isn't around on here?
I sure know. Those archaic policies died out with the Mages Guild, and were never enforced here. Necromancy, as any other type of magic, is a tool to be used. Of course, non-mages may not see it that way, so we don't go around flaunting it.
Are there many conjurers outside the college?
Not within society, no. Many who practice within the School of Conjuration do so on their own, secretly. Fallion is the only one I know who is public about what he does. He was once my teacher here, but left the college years ago.
Why did he leave the college?
He didn't like the Archmage. Hated dealing with him. Hated having to answer to him. Fallion said he hated what this place was becoming, so he just left. Arin found a note on his desk, and that was it.
You know what?
I understand he settled down in Hjalmarch, and his presence there caused something of a problem.
You know what? The more you find out about Archmage Salvazarin, the more you can kind of understand why he left. Not necessarily because of his position regarding necromancy, but
until next time.
I guess more for, oh, here we go. Ooh. Pound whip. I'll look up his works and see what there is. Alright, I have pork rinds and I have salsa.
Mirabelle does a fine job as Master Wizard, I suppose. Still, there's always room for improvement.
Okay, that's a good combination. The Art of War Magic. I need books to read. I'm a scholar right now. Okay. Oh, there we no, not that. This. No, not that. This. There we go. Okay, oak flesh, combat state, maintain autocast. Now I'll put these in here. definitely need those. Okay, let's just put the stuff in here that I don't need, like my fishing rod. Any real treasures here? I shouldn't keep that much on me. Yeah, that'll do. We'll leave a lot of my books behind too. Not all of them, I want something to read. There we go. Go ahead and retrieve the pages. Wait, did it not? Oh, no. Store the pages is what I need. Alright. We're cleaned up here. Corbus allowed me to introduce myself. My name is Sidgar. I have the honor of being the all proud ancient city of Valkyrie, famous exploits across Golden speaks. Okay. The privately choice parcel of land Valkyrie to be service proof useful to me. The person I remain Jarl Sidgar of Valkyrie. Okay, well, if I have time. My name is getting around. I don't like that at all. Jarl Sidgar of Valkyrie Old sent me a letter inviting me to visit him in his city. It's not a fabrication to say that Falkreath is more or less the other side of the country. So I can only assume that the recent discovery of the orb, which we still have no idea what it is, may have reached ears for many miles, along with my name. My primary concern is that the Thalmor will hear about it. Shouldn't be in a rush to meet with this Jarl. especially when there's a chance it could be a trap. Paranoia? Maybe, but it'll keep me alive. One thing is for certain, we're not going to get anywhere without more information about the orb, and the only info we have are the books that Hawthorne took with him. Near as we can tell, this group of mages are set up in an abandoned fort in Whiterun. It may be that I'm the only one who actually has any interest in pursuing this lead, but I'm not stupid enough to claim I can handle the situation. These are mages that have been studying magic far longer than I have. I might pay a visit to the companions of Corvasker. They may be open to taking on new members and learning how to wield a blade will really come in handy in this country. Even if it's just to train, I hope I'll leave tomorrow morning. Before I do, let me see if I can get some restoration spells from Colette Morenz. Yeah, she's sometimes up here.
It looks so pretty. I almost can't believe it.
There she is. Oh no, you're not. Oh, there she is.
Restoration is a perfectly valid school of magic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I'll gladly share my knowledge with you. Take a look.
Oh, I don't even have enough gold. You know what? The training was worth it. I got some spells out of it.
Until next time.
Yes?
Hi there.
You know what I haven't done? Don't worry. I'm just taking a brief break to do a thing. I'm gonna do a thing. It's not a dangerous thing, it's just a thingy thing. Where is it? Where did I put it? 5 Slav's Fluffy Khajiit. Ah, there we go. Set up the active file. It should have the necessary plugins activated along with it. Whoa, is that actually real? Here we go. We'll just have a little bit of music playing in the background while this happens. So earlier I was talking to everybody about the Lucasfilm AI animal video that was shown during that TED Talk by the guy who used to head ILM. Everybody basically saying that it looks like dog shit AI, AI slop, which it is, obviously. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Lucasfilm declares creative bankruptcy with an AI-generated Star Wars film that's just 2 minutes of mostly normal animals jumbled together. I talked about this earlier, but for those who missed it, basically there was a TED Talk. There was a TED Talk? Lucasfilm's Rob Brdeau, who was a former chief creative officer for Industrial Light and Magic, basically got on the stage in April to basically share a vision, quote unquote, of a new era of technology, which was basically 2 minutes of AI generated video of blue lions, chimpanzees with zebra stripes, and a hybrid of a snail peacock. And I wish I were making it up. But this is basically what he showed off. Bullshit like this. And that. I was basically talking to everybody that it's like, it's not even, there's nothing creative about it. All he basically did was just inject a couple of prompts. All they did was basically just inject a couple of prompts that, you know, that just were awful. Using animals that already existed, basically. Okay, we want the... Maybe not that. Yeah, I agree. It's not looking great if that was what they wanted to show off. It's not a good look. Best part though is, like I said, the best part is the comments from people who watch the video. Okay, now we save, and we export the face gen data for all selected NPCs. We are done there. Now we deploy the mods that external changes will take place. Okay, double check to make sure that the plugin is activated. Alright, looks like we're good. But yeah, just some of the comments we're talking about. Like I said, I covered these already, but for those who weren't there, none of those creatures look like they belong in Star Wars. They're all clearly two Earth animals fused together in the most basic way. The AI video was the same slop we've been seeing for ages now. Her Logan 17's comment is probably the best. Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed, quoting Darth Vader. I think the artist who created the AI video at the end felt as excited about their work as the pioneers over the years at ILM. I would argue the visual artist did not create any of that slideshow presentation at the end, just provided prompts. Any individual, is no longer an artist, only provided somewhat creative prompts for AI to generate. And NPNG Photography said, he sounded nervous. I think he knew it was bad. Jeez, man. They're not harsh. It's not harsh criticism. It's accurate, criticism. It's valid criticism. It's deserved criticism. All right. I just had to do just a little bit of personal modding. We're ready to continue. Assuming Skyrim wants to start up with us. Oh boy. Looks like we have to restart it. That's okay. There we go.
Still no word from your family?
No, and I'm not expecting any.
Really? That must be so nice. I came all the way to Skyrim just to get away from my family's expectations.
My family didn't really approve of me coming here at all.
Oh, well that's awkward. Sorry to have brought it up.
Okay, I said I would leave in the morning, and I shall. I might want to practice a little bit of alchemy before I leave, though. Remember, I'm pushing this up to midnight, so I still have 2.5 hours left. Okay, I learned a lot from consuming that. Anything else? That doesn't look like it. It's been a while since you last groomed your hair and beard, and now they're longer. No, thank you. Stop giving me scissors. I don't need to cut my hair. My hair's fine, thank you. Alright, we'll stop by the inn. I need to get some water and also eat a meal before I hit the road. Our target is to get to Windhelm, take a carriage, and get to Whiterun.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Of course. Of course. All right then.
Alright, got some fresh water. And we're ready to go. Hey, pup. It's a bit dark out here. Oh. That's because I'm traveling at night. Okay. I made a mistake. – You know what? I should be able to handle this. Just need to get to Windhelm. Hopefully there won't be any skeletons along the path, like there was last time.
You think you stand a chance? That's all you got.
Okay, should be just the skeleton and the conjurer. I'm glad I was able to handle that on my own. I thought I wouldn't have appreciated help from the Imperial Legion, but they were a bit too late. Is there a fight somewhere?
All they do is work, sleep, and eat.
These two aren't alive.
That's close enough. You want a real fight? Ha! Let's be done with it then. No!
That's how the Legion fights.
I'd heard about the growing vampire threat, but this was my first time encountering them. Nothing a little fire couldn't solve. Perhaps more alarming was how they tried to ambush me, dressing up as a pair of vigil. Of Stendar. Not that I trust self-righteous. But these idiot bloodsucker didn't even have the wits to hide the bodies they'd stolen it their disguises from. Even if they had a Lycao's nose can sniff out the living dead from the living. I best be careful moving forward. Werewolves can't be infected by vampires, but the bloodsuckers are dangerous in their own right. Got some floating trees here. Ubenwald. Okay, that would explain it. Just a little terrain mistake. That's all. Ooh, man, this sauce is a little, it's got a little heat to it. Oh.
Need a ride?
Yeah, I'd like to hire your services.
Where do you want to go?
I need to get to Whiterun Hold.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. You ready to go yet? Ever been to Whiterun before? The Jarl's Palace is something to see. Dragon Search, they call it. Big old dragon skull hanging on the wall.
Fortune smiles upon this meeting.
I've heard you've been running into trouble along the road.
It is all in this note.
You see what you have for sale?
Take a look.
Signed on, but I couldn't watch the Stormbloods tearing everything apart and not
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric Stormblade.
my family disagrees.
Besides, Greymane would never make steel for the Legion.
Have it go. I'll take the job, but don't expect a miracle.
When are we going to see some action? Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ah, a pigeon. Collect venison. Deliver letters and potions to Rorikstead. Gather silver ore. Swamp fungal pods.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Just
No,
stoke the
please.
fire. Pick
Hold
a
your
seat and get the cold
One
out.
more song. What say you? Yeah? All right then. Now.
If it's work you need, how about chopping up some wood for the fires?
I'm better than that. I'd like a room for the night.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room, right this way.
Red when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed." So then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor. Thank you,
Let
good
me know if there's
patrons of the
anything else you
battered
need.
mare. Thank you.
Nothing of our struggles, our suffering.
And what of my son? What of Thorod? Is he nothing? So don't talk things about son.
Your son chose his side, and he chose poorly, and now he's gone. Such is the way of war. The sooner you accept his loss, the better.
They never accept his defeat. My son still lives like tears in my heart. So tell me, Battleborn, where is he? Where are you holding my squirrel?
Do you believe this old cat? Holding him? Why, I've got him in my cellar. He's my prisoner. Face it, Connor. Your stupid son was dead. He died a storm-cloaked traitor. And you best keep your mouth shut before you suffer the same.
Come on, Father. There's nothing more to be said here.
Hello, sir. Hello. Just browsing, or were you looking for something? I'm in the market.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions.
Labradorite, huh?
Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Where'd all my gold go?
Do come back.
inside. I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. Jorland Greymane's got that on me. Man's steel is legendary. All I ask is a fair chance.
Do you work the forge all day?
Aye, that I do. I've got to, if I hope to be as good as Jorland Greymane someday. In fact, I just finished my best piece of work. It's a sword. I made it for the Jarl, Balgruf the Greater. It's a surprise. I don't even know if he'll accept it, but... Listen, could you take the sword to my father, Proventus Avenici? He's the Jarl's steward. He'll know the right time to present it to him.
Sure. I will set it up there anyway.
Thanks. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I know your family's honor is important to you. But we can't afford it.
It took me weeks to find that thieves' den. I can't stop now, and I can't get the sword on my own.
So you're willing to starve your wife and daughter to reclaim some rusty old sword?
I just need to hire one, maybe two good men. You won't starve.
I'll put it plainly. You can claim your sword, or you can keep your wife. If you set foot outside that gate, I won't be here when you return.
Saphir! Wait, I...
How's my, I'm clean enough, I think. As a result of being a Lycaeus and a werewolf, I am very weak to fire. So, I need to be careful.
I serve Jarl Balgruf as steward.
I have a sword for you from your daughter.
From Adrian? Ah, this must be that weapon for the Jarl. Poor girl. So eager to prove herself. I'll present it to Balgruf when his mood is agreeable. Thank you. Please, take these few coins for services rendered.
These secret visits to the tavern will make you an easy target for an enemy assassin. You should have told me first.
Damn it, woman, I'm the Jarl of Whiterun. I won't apologize for talking to my people. You can't protect me every moment of the day.
That might be so, but it will never stop me from trying.
I'm also looking for work. Do you happen to have any leads?
The Jarl has put out a bounty on some bandits. Here, take a look at this decree for details.
Huh. Capture or kill or capture the bandit leader located at Baltheim.
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors?
Are you the only wizard in Whiterun?
I believe I am, yes. Technically speaking, of course. The city is also home to a priest, priestess, an alchemist, and I'm sure others who practice. Ah, that reminds me. Speaking of alchemists, I have some frost salts for Arcadia. She asked me to obtain them for one of her potions. Would you be so kind as to deliver the frost salts for me? I'm sure Arcadia will provide some form of recompense.
Sure, I can deliver the frost salts for you.
Good. You're clearly better suited than I am to carry out such a menial task. Remember, your mind is the best weapon you have.
I'm surprised you had the wits to notice all. What with your nose buried so far on Temple's backside, you won't be laughing when the Thalmor come to root out Stormcloak's sympathizers. I've already put in a claim to the land and property you'll forfeit when you're found to be a collaborator. I'll remember that when the Stormcloaks liberate the city. No amount of money will protect you then, Battleborn.
Does sense the skit. Jim Cummings arguing with himself. Old man yells at old man yells at Cloud.
Give a holler if you have any questions.
Oh. Oh. Is this one yours? She's adorable.
You look rather pale. Could be ataxia. It's quite a problem back home in Cyrodiil.
Oh. It's just sniffles, lady. It's been raining. I have some frost salts for you from Farengar.
Ah, splendid, splendid. It's for a special brew I'm working on. A love elixir like none other. Maybe I'll test it on Farengar first. Oh, but I suppose you expect some compensation. Here. These potions should suffice. Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
Oh, this was just like a little creature mod.
Both common and rare.
This one's Mihail's sewer rat mod. It's not really a sewer rat, it just adds rats to certain areas. Some of them happen to be pets. Hey little guy, looking at me?
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve.
Are you still working with the Bannered Mare in the evenings, Ophina? And why shouldn't I? Just because I'm a grave doesn't mean I can't earn my own keep. I didn't mean... I'm sorry I asked.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
The finest cuts, fresh from the wilds.
Well met, Traveler. What brings you to Whiterun?
Well, here to help in any way I can. Maybe make a little coin as I do.
Truly? By sure, this city could use more like you. Best head up to Dragon's Reach then, and see the Jarl. He's Lord of Whiterun, and can set you on the path.
You live here?
Aye, that I do. Half all my life. We Battleborns have been here since the beginning, along with the Grey Maids. Our family's been closest kin for generations, but Ulfric Stormcloak's uprising has divided us. Now, seems we can scarce look at each other without coming to blows. Petty and foolish, that. They are saying dragons have returned to Skyrim. Now that's a real problem.
Yeah, I've heard the rumors too. I don't believe in them. Sounds like the ravings of drunk people. Speaking of which, where can one get a drink around here?
Ah, the most important question of all, that one. You'll want the bannered mare. See old Hulda. She'll keep you swimming in mead. But mind the bard, Mikhail. Poncy little milk drinker, that one.
You don't like Mikhail?
Yeah, man gives bards a bad name. We Nords have a long history as warrior poets. I am proud to count myself among them. But Mikhail, he sings only for gold and the affections of wenches. He dishonors our traditions.
And where can I go to get work?
Ain't sure if they're taking on new members, but you should talk to the companions. They're over in their hall, Yorbasker. If by work, you mean testing your steel in bloody battle. May your sword be sharp, and your tongue sharper.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that. Take a look. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
What would it require to make? Oh, I could make one right now.
Those two at it again? Strike when the shoulder turns. He's giving you openings.
Someone do something!
Little blood to clear the air. Hope you have the stomach for it, outsider.
It's no worse than anything I've seen out in the wilds. Would it be possible to join the companions?
So you think you have what it takes? Huh. Lucky for you, I'm not the one who makes that decision. Talk to Kodlak. Who knows? Maybe he's in a generous mood.
Where can I find Kodlak? Spends most of his time these days in the study, down the stairs to the end of the hall.
You think you stand a chance?
Pull him back!
but I still hear the call of the blood.
We all do. It is our burden to bear. But we can overcome.
You have my brother and I, obviously. But I don't know if the rest will go along quite so easily.
Leave that to me. A stranger comes to our hall.
I am interested in joining the companions, if you would have me.
Would you now? Here, let me have a look at you. Yes, perhaps. A certain strength of spirit.
But tell me, why do you wish to join us? I crave the camaraderie of like-minded companions. That we can provide, I believe, although I caution you, it may at first be hard to see this group as like-minded. We are all of the same mind in our love of Skyrim, but we have our differences about how best to defend it. As you may have seen, if the noise from up above was any indication. And yet there is not a shield brother or shield sister among them that I would not trade my own life for. If you share the same love of Skyrim that unites us, you may indeed find a place here among our fellowship. That sounds acceptable.
Good.
Master, you're not truly considering accepting him.
I am nobody's master, Vilkas. And last I checked, we had some empty beds in Jorvaskr for those with a fire burning in their hearts.
Apologies. But perhaps this isn't the time. I've never even heard of this outsider.
Sometimes the famous come to us. Sometimes men and women come to us to seek their fame. It makes no difference. What matters is their heart.
And their arm.
Of course. How are you in battle, boy?
I'm a student in magic and in combat. I have a lot to learn.
That's the spirit. Vilkas here will get started on that. Vilkas, take him out to the yard and see what he can do.
Aye. The old man said to have a look at you. So, let's do this. Just have a few swings at me so I can see your form. Don't worry, I can take it.
You're mine!
Nice.
What are you waiting for?
What do you think this is? We don't do battle with magic.
I need to disable the,
Now.
Okay, disable it now.
What do you think this is? We don't do battle. What do you think this is? We don't do battle with magic around here. Now come at me. What do you think this is? We don't do battle.
Is it because I'm attuned to world?
with magic around here, new blood.
Here, let me check spell siphon real quick. Just pausing.
Now come at me. For Skyrim! Not bad. Not bad. Ah! Come at me. You couldn't hurt me if you wanted to. Not bad. Not bad. Ah! Not bad. Next time won't be so easy. You might just make it. But for now, you're still a whelp to us, new blood. So you do what we tell you. Here's my sword. Go take it up to Yorland to have it sharpened. And be careful. It's probably worth more than you are.
What brings you here?
Vilcus sent me with this sword.
I'm guessing you're the newcomer then.
Does Vilcus always send newcomers on errands?
Oh, don't worry too much about it. They were all whelps once. They just might not like to talk about it. And don't always just do what you're told. Nobody rules anybody in the companions.
Someone has to be in charge, don't they?
Well, I'm not sure how they've managed it. They have. No leader since he's come on. Kodlak is the Harbinger, and he's a sort of advisor for the whole group. But every man is his own. Every woman her own.
Are you a companion?
Not actually a companion myself, but none of them know how to work a forge properly, and I'm honored to serve them. My name is Yorland Greymane. I work the Skyforge. Best steel in all of Skyrim. All of Tamriel.
Well, I'll let you get back to your work. I need to get going.
I have a favor to ask.
What is it?
I've been working on a shield for Aela. My wife is in mourning, and I need to get back to her soon. I'd be much obliged if you could take this to Aela for me.
I'd be happy to lend a hand.
That's a good man.
What kind of weapon do you prefer?
If you wish to hunt with me, your feet need to be quick and your eyes quicker.
I have your shield.
Ah, good. I've been waiting for this. Good to see you made it up here.
Know this one? In and out
I saw him training in the yard with Vilcus.
Let's test that out sometime.
Ah, yes.
I heard you gave him quite a thrashing.
Don't let Vilcus catch you saying that.
Do you think you could handle Vilcus in a real fight?
I don't care for boasting.
Ah, a man of action. Here, let's have Farkas show you where you'll be resting your head. Ysgramor himself wouldn't have the patience to deal with all the rabble around here. All right, then.
Did you call me?
Of course we did, Icebrain. Show this new blood where the rest of the whelps sleep.
New blood? Oh, I remember you. Come on, follow me.
Are you prepared for tonight's hunt?
I've been thinking, we need to be more discreet.
Skjor and Ayala like to
nothing
tease
wrong
me,
with what
but they're good people.
You know the
They
old
challenge
man
us to
doesn't
be
like
our best.
Let's just not be too obvious.
Nice to have a new face around. It gets boring here sometimes. I hope we keep you. This can be a rough life. The quarters are up here. Just pick a bed and fall in it when you're tired. Telma will keep the place clean. She always has. Alright, so here you are. Looks like the others are eager to meet you. Come to me or Ayala if you're looking for work. Once you've made a bit of a name for yourself, Skjor and Vilcus might have things for you to do. Good luck. Welcome to the Companions. By the way, if you're looking for something to do, we've gotten a letter about someone needing some muscle over in Eastmarch. I don't know what the fight is about, and that's not our business anyway. I just need you to go out there, look tough, and scare this milk drinker into submission. No more than that. I don't want to hear about a killing, understand?
What's the honor in beating up people for money? Kodlak explained it to me like this. Long ago, some iron-blood clawed dishonored a golden-haired maid. There'd be a clan war. Whole cities would send armies. The crows would feast. People started looking to the Companions to settle those matters before they got out of hand, before swords were drawn and blood was spilled. When we lay hands on someone, it sends them a message, reminds them there's something they need to do to make things right. Pay a debt, make an apology, fulfill a promise. The honor isn't in the brawling, the honor is in preserving the peace, and preserving the honor of all Skyrim. That's what Kodlak said, at least. I asked him if it was okay if I just enjoyed the brawling, and he said it was. I can handle that.
Go. Bring honor to yourself, and the Companions. Skjor says that I have the strength of Ysgramor, and my brother has his smarts.
On a nod to Liatelli in Windhelm. It's a bit late right now.
Attending to the war.
Pardon me, thank you. Excuse me.
The latest recruit, right? Wait, is that right? Might head down to the meadery later, see what they're brewing up. You can smell the honey on the wind. A man of my station has many debts. I'm not much use at labor or learning, but I can throw a punch with the best of them. The Companions let me fight for gold, and so I fight. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Come to me with questions.
This is like the worst
What brings you
possible.
Sure in your travels?
Don't say a fucking word to anybody, Vilcus. I swear to fuck. Okay. Good. Well, it looks like nobody's the wiser, though. made it to Whiterun. It's a decent small city. Folks here haven't treated poorly, so that's a plus. I came here with the intention of joining the companions. I was not expecting them to have secrets of their own. I don't think they can smell it on me, but I can certainly smell it on them. Lycanthropy as a scent is very distinct. I think they've grown used to it by being in close proximity for so long, but they didn't seem to notice it when I arrived. I also didn't expect the current harbinger of the companions. Leader, for lack a better term, to be a Lycaios. I don't think that factored in when he accepted me into their ranks. But then again, he had no issues. Whoa, 3 S's. I was given my first task to brawl with someone in the East March. I got some sleep, but around five or 6 hours later, felt the call of the beast blood. And rushed outside. I was able to hide some bushes just below the forge before I transformed. Fortunately, nobody noticed. Even if key members of the companions are werewolves, I shouldn't go announcing that I am as well. Especially since something seems off about their scent. Uh-huh. Okay. Now that that has been dealt with, I mean, I don't know what that was all about, but whatever. Yeah, you're not the first, but I don't think you might have been. I don't remember who suggested it to me. It might have been you who suggested Pizza Tower for being a lot like Wario Land.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Wait, where did I say to?
I can take you to any of the hold capital. Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Yeah, you're fine.
Get up there.
Sorry I didn't respond immediately. Somebody was having a moment to themselves, so I had to aid them by removing them from the channel.
Welcome. Oh, let me know if you want anything. I think I've got a clean mug around here. Somewhere.
I'm a writer by trade. Not that the people of Skyrim do much reading.
Do anything with your fists? Sent to resolve a dispute.
You can't scare me into submission. Let's go. Come on. Huh?
Who taught you to fight? Keep those hands off! Fight! Fight!
And that left hook, right?
You're tougher than you look. You got me, fair and square.
Well, you know what you have to do.
Fine. I'll take care of it. Just please leave me alone.
I mean, are you sure? I mean, I could go back and, you know, give him what for again. Some people just don't stop after one. Some people need like a couple of licks before they're good.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? I don't do charity. No gold, no ride.
Am I really out of gold already? Jeez.
I can take you to... Where do you want to go?
Just give me the Whiterun.
Climb and back and we'll be off. It's almost getting downright hot now.
Is that what you think the temperature's like? Actually, I have a hunch. Oh, shit. If it wasn't there, what if it was over here?
Do you get to the Cloud District very often?
Oh, fuck off,
What am I
Nazim.
saying? Of course you don't.
Well, whatever. That was weird. Man, literally took a moment out of the day just to insult you for no reason. Nazim is the pettiest man in Skyrim. Apparently, Nazim was in the YouTube chat room about 10 minutes ago. Just to do the same thing, apparently.
Hope nobody misses that.
Well, if they miss it, maybe they shouldn't have left it there. Not sure why they figured they needed to do that. Like, I don't even know who they were. Wonder if I could... That's fine.
Skjor says that I have the strength of Ysgramor, and my brother has his smarts.
I took care of the problem in Windhelm.
Kind of fun to push people around sometimes, isn't it? Good work, brother. Until next time.
Let's see, advancement. I need to have weapon skill and armor skill at 30. Okay, 9 p.m. Get some sleep. Really? Now? God damn it. Oh, hi, Ayala. Well, shit. Ayla's like, that's a tomorrow Ayla's problem. She's like, she probably, she probably saw me changing. It's like, oh, skewers, going out for another hunt? Okay. You know what? I think it might be a great idea if I, do I have my tent? No, I don't. Maybe I should buy a tent and then just stay outside. That way this bullshit don't happen again. I'll just write in saying that she won't tell anybody that, I turned into a werewolf because I couldn't control the transformation. If I don't tell anybody that she was out at like 4 in the morning doing some hunting when she probably shouldn't have been. As long as we're in agreement. Right, Ayala?
I've heard you may actually be stronger than you look. Perhaps we can hunt together someday.
If that's what you call it. Okay, I'm looking for work.
A citizen of Whiterun has asked for our help. It seems that a predator has invaded their home, and someone needs to clear the beast out.
Do you know what kind of beast it is? They said they heard howling. Some breed of wolf, then. I'll take the job.
I knew we could count on you. Get it taken care of right away. Nobody wants an animal left roaming around in their place.
I was the newest companion until you came along. I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the ropes.
Sven's house. Okay.
Will you have venison anytime soon?
Certainly. I'll be sure to bring some back for you the next time I go hunting.
Make it quick, and there might be a bowl of hot stew in it for you.
Fresh baked loaves.
Finest cuts, fresh from the wilds.
Call this game yourself?
Oh yes. Hunting is my great passion. That's why my brother and I opened a shop to sell hunting supplies. It's the Drunken Huntsman, down by the main gate. He tends the store, and I've got this stall.
Well, let me see what you got for sale.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Is that typically what you call your meat?
Good hunting. Tired of bread and stew? Had enough of fish and fowl? Treat yourself and your kin to a choice cut of steak or tender rack of ribs.
Automated filters, okay. +2 in the last 28 days. Dashboard content. Customization. Was it customization? I don't think it was. Settings, community. Ah, well, whatever. Well, at least it's not too far to get to Sven's. Does suck that I will probably have to kill a wolf, though. Oop.
It's still here! Get it out!
Oh yeah? And what would you
Until
rather
next
do?
time.
How about we play tag? You're it.
Okay. Sorry, boy.
Good hunting to you.
I had to remove this wolf from Sven's house. Can't just let it rot. Could be good fur for your craft.
Okay, okay, you talked me into it.
Pleasure. You, wouldn't need any help around the forge, would you?
Yes, actually. How about you smith me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Until next time.
Okay.
Whatever you need. Buy Ysmir if it's simple and strong. I can forge it. You looking for a new blade?
Well, here's an iron dagger.
Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just need a bit of metal and the grindstone over there.
Can't do it. Not yet.
The finest weapons and armor. Until next time.
Wow. I am rotten at smithing. Feels like I'm not getting any sort of experience out of this.
Did I see you talking to Sven? Maybe not. Maybe... Never mind. But I would stay away from him if I were you.
I wouldn't worry about him. All I had to do was clear a wolf out of his house because he couldn't do it himself.
I heard the gourmet is hiding out somewhere in Skyrim. You know, fella who wrote that cook.
Yeah, I know. I hate having to do it, but, you know, that's the job, unfortunately. Man, all that and I didn't even get anything.
What? The finest weapons and armor.
Oh boy. As long as nobody sees this.
You looking for a new blade?
Weird thing is, it doesn't even seem like... It doesn't even seem like the first thing I make will make any experience, will get me any experience points. Yeah. I may have to do a lot of hunting. I may have to do it off stream too. Here, let me sell my stuff to the Riverwood trader. Doubt I'll get much, but whatever.
One of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this. Oh, a customer. Sorry you had to hear that. Well, I don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop. Take a look.
Where'd I get these? Oh, right, from the vampires that were posing as those Vigilants of Stendar.
Damn thieves. As if things weren't bad enough.
Guess I could try to go mining. Well, the thing is, I need leather if I'm gonna make anything else. In order to get leather, I need to do some hunting. There's not really much in the area except for wolves. I guess I could look around to see if maybe I can find some deer to hunt. Oh, it's gonna take time. Well, you're new. I guess it adds a little something extra. It's kind of nice to see. Okay. Yeah, the wolves are up there. No need to worry about them. Is that a rat or a fox? Okay, it's a fox. Never mind. Up. Tap I hear scene. It's not a great pelt, but it's better than none. Help me boost up in blade, block, archery, light armor, and smithing. Huh?
Over here.
Ah, balls.
Stop that. You're dead. Hear me? Gonna die for that. Hear me? Down. God, no. You're routed.
Well, wherever that deer went, it's long gone.
Do your worst.
Huh. Attacked by her own construct. I have to imagine. Here, I'll skin it. You guys take the meat. This is the problem with having your mods set up so that your skill level and just about everything is at an actual 1. The mod in question is called You Are Not Special. Oh, there you are.
How to do that?
Alright, I need to drink and I need to eat. Okay, let's head back to Riverwood. Or you know what? Better yet, let's just sleep out here. I doubt this is going to be enough for me to raise my level in any meaningful way, but I don't know what else to do. They're sensing something that I can't see.
Whatever. Take a look. Aye.
Tailguard's armor. Can't make iron daggers to solve this problem.
Whatever you need, take a look. Until next time.
Alright, I think I'm gonna have to stop here. I'm kind of grinding to a halt. Besides that, I'm getting a bit exhausted. It's getting close to midnight, so I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream of the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Anniversary Edition with mods. I will continue this tomorrow, starting around about 4, and I will probably put in a 4-hour stream, so I hope to see you guys there. Let's see if we can send you guys off on a raid. Let's see who's on right now. Let's see, what do we got? I'll throw you guys towards Rinhart, who's playing RimWorld with 20 viewers right now. Okay, so like I said, I'll start the stream up tomorrow, starting around about 4, going on for a while, so I hope to see you guys there. But you guys take care of yourselves, have a great night, and I will see you guys next time.